Hello, gang. Welcome to the stream. Apologies for the delayed start today. We've I've set up a bunch of different. Up. Sorry. As much as I tried to troubleshoot everything before the stream, it doesn't seem to have worked. In any case, today not only do we have our regular Twitch stream and our regular YouTube horizontal stream, we also have a YouTube vertical stream. And that's what I was tinkering around with. So apologies for the delay, but I figured out how to have a separate vertical stream, and I wanted to test that out. I thought it could be kind of fun. And in a couple of minutes here, we'll probably also be starting a TikTok stream. So on all of the things, however you want to hear my annoying voice and watch me die in delves, you can now do it. Welcome to the stream. This is the Adrel Show. We're 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We cover everything World of Warcraft gold making. I say everything, let's be honest, it's mainly crafting, posting on the auction house, and yeah, that's primarily it. I don't do a lot of gathering, do a little bit, not that much, if we're being honest here. But yeah, today's stream should be, I'm not going to say the same, because none of the streams end up being quite the same. But today's stream, we are going to start off with by just running some more Bountiful Delves, because those have been fun as heck, and I've really been enjoying them. So we're going to start off by doing that. Then we will spend some time. I think we are actually going to set up professions on a new character for today's stream, because I have some ideas that I want to try out, and I've been saying we'll do that on stream for a while without actually doing it. So we'll do that. We'll set up professions on 2 characters, which means we'll be able to look at 4 different profession builds. I'll be honest, I've been so busy running around setting up everything else for the for today's stream that I haven't really picked which characters or which professions. But if you are watching live, you can let me know in the chat or in the comments what professions you're interested in, and I could probably try and see if we can set up some characters for that. All right, with that said, welcome to the stream, everyone, for the 3rd time. I think it's me saying that. Goldzen, what's up? I see you're in chat. I see you were a little bit early. Hopefully you're still sticking around. Let me know. Hey, what's up? How's it going, man? I watched your weight loss video, dude. I'm excited for your journey. Sounds really promising, especially the carnivore diet I think you said you're going on, right? I'm excited to see your results, man. It's the same thing as gold making. I completely agree with you that everything in life is just about like small, steady progress, right? And I think if there's gonna be a sign of that, it's the way I've made gold, right? It's just being sheer hard work and consistency are like the 2 things that will get you whatever you want in life. All right. I thought we were done with all of the technical setup, but it looks like my Zoom, I feel like I'm still a little bit more zoomed in than I'd like. Is that better? Are we looking good? Financial journey next. Ooh, I'm excited for that. I'm excited for that, man. But how has content creation been treating you, Goldson? How's it going? All right, we'll get started in a second here. I just have too many things, admittedly probably too many things that I'm trying to do at once, but it is what it is. All right, let's see here. Oh, that's not great. All right, one second. Sorry, folks. Bear with me. There's gonna be a little bit, a couple of technical issues on today's stream. More than usual. I know. Before you guys can flame me in chat, more than usual. Just doing patron orders with like 86 characters or whatever. I feel like that's probably how you're spending the bulk of your time. No. All right, let me see here. These are the nights that never die. My father told me. All right, apologies if you are watching the YouTube live stream. I'm editing things live, which I probably really shouldn't be doing, but I'm sorry. All right, I think we should be good to go. I think we can get popping here. We just have the TikTok stream left, and all right. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 second here. Every time I check anything, I'm like, oh, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix that. All right. I think we're about good to go. I think we're about good to go. All right. And so with that, I think we should be live on TikTok as well now. Okay. So, with that said, I think we're done. I think we're done with all the homework. I'm sorry for everyone on Twitch who probably does not give a damn about any of this, and rightly so. Welcome to the stream. We will get started in just about a second here. I'm sorry. I know we're already 43 minutes late with starting the stream, but flame me in chat. How about that? maybe that'll if that'll make anyone feel better. I welcome it. I welcome it. All right. I'm not gonna be mad at anyone if that's what we're doing. All right, let's get our second WoW account here and make sure that our computer doesn't absolutely die. I'm just realizing one of the problems with trying to have TikTok live chat up as well as everything else. All right, hopefully you guys are willing to bear with me while I try and troubleshoot all of the various things that I'm trying to do. Because we also do have a huge update on the giveaway that I'm planning. And so we'll get to that as well. The heck? Where are we? Where are we? What's up? Hello, SLA. I see we have someone joining us on TikTok. What's up, SLA? Sorry, folks. I promise I promise I'm not gonna waste any more time on this once we get started in a second here. All right. If anyone has TikTok, SLA, I see we have someone else joining us as well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you are watching live on TikTok, let me know. Is the audio and everything working? This is my first time streaming TikTok on TikTok in a long while, so I'm just trying to troubleshoot things here. And I just want to double check that we can see both of our accounts, and that also the game my computer doesn't absolutely die on me if we're streaming two versions of WoW here. All right, actually, you know what? Before we go ahead and get started, let's take a before we even get started, we're gonna take a quick little break, just because I want to run some ads on on Twitch, because we're scheduled for an ad break anyway in about 4 minutes, and so I don't want us to start and then have the ad break. So we will take a quick little break and be right back. And in the meantime, I will sort out all my technical issues. So I promise once we're back from the break, we will get the stream actually going here. All right. See you guys in a few. What's up, gang? Sorry, just testing out the audio. Let me know if you guys can hear this. What's up? What's up? What's up? I see we have a bunch of people joining us on TikTok. Welcome in, everyone. All right. All right, gang, we are back. We are unmuted. And as promised, we will go ahead and start the stream now. I'm going to stop messing around with technical stuff. I think we're doing okay on all the different platforms. If you're watching on TikTok, if you're watching on YouTube Vertical, wherever you're watching, let me know. Let me know if there's any technical issues, please. I only have so many devices and so many eyeballs and so many brains. So give me a heads up. Let me know. Let me know if everything's looking the way it should everywhere. If we're doing good. Help me out. Help me out. All right. With that said, welcome to the stream. We stream World of Warcraft, primarily Goldmaking, 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, about an hour before whatever time it is in your time zone right now, which is about noon GMT. And yeah. So for today's stream, we are going to start off by running some tier 8 delves, right? We're going to do the bountiful ones. Not really for a gold making reason, just because it's kind of fun. And yeah, so we'll start off the stream with that. We'll then set up professions on some of the characters. If you're watching live, thank you so much for joining us live. Drop a message in chat. Let me know what's up. And also, let me know what professions you want me to set up, right? Because I do have alts at this point with a bunch of different professions already slapped on them, but I haven't really done anything with the professions. Like, I've literally just trained the professions on them, and that's about it. So yeah, we can kind of see how far we can get with them and how much gold we can start generating with them as quickly as possible. And when I say that, yeah, I mean, let me know in the chat what you guys want to see, actually, because we can do it a couple of different ways, right? The absolute simplest and easiest way is just to slap something on them and then have sorry folks, I'm getting distracted. All right, OBS is closed. All right, we're focused on the stream. We can either go the concentration route where we just get them set up so that every 3.5 days we log on to them, we use up their concentration, and they make a little bit of gold. Or what I prefer doing is basically setting up a character so that there's kind of a factory, but for one thing in specific. And so I will use up the concentration on them as well. But by and large, I'll hop onto them every couple of days. And instead of just using concentration, like, we'll use the concentration for whatever will make us the most gold. But we'll also have some item that they have heavily specialized in that I can bulk craft, right? Log on to them, craft 100, 200 of them, mail them over to my banker alt, and then forget about them for a couple of days, right? That's how I'm generally enjoying playing these characters a bit more. Yeah, so we'll probably do some mix of the two, right? I do have all of the professions at this point trained up, except for skinning, all right? Slight asterisks for skinning. Everything else I do have set up and good to go. We do have a bunch of things that we're trying to get going on them. What the heck is this? Oh, this was the character I was on earlier. All right, that said, throughout the stream, if you guys have questions about anything, if anything that I'm saying is not making sense, I see we have a bunch of people joining us on TikTok. Hello, everyone. I'll be honest, it's my first time seriously streaming on TikTok, so bear with me. Let me know in the chat if you guys have any questions about anything, if anything I'm saying doesn't make any sense, right? Because a lot of times I feel like I assume that if you're watching a gold making stream, you kind of know what I'm talking about, but there's a good chance that that isn't the case, right? And so it's not really a fair assumption for me to make. I will try my best to try and define everything and explain what the hell I'm talking about, but I do have a tendency to rant, and so if anything is unclear at any point during our stream, please just drop a message in the comments. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicles at all times throughout the ride, and let's have a fun stream, gang. Right? Let's have some fun. All right, Golden on Twitch. What's TikTok? It's you know the vertical part of Twitch, like when you now open up the Twitch app, it shows you that vertical thing. Apparently they made an entire app that's just like that, but youngsters actually use it, and it's called TikTok. is how TikTok has been explained to me. So yeah, but let's see. Goldson is saying here that it's 80% of the workload at the moment is just doing patron orders. I can see that. I can see that very much being the case. yeah, you're doing patron orders on 80 alts, man. It was going to be a hell of a lot of work. The weekly dungeon quest on alt gives 650 cash, half a spark, and experience. Dude, that's pretty lit. That's like most of a book, right? Most of one of those profession books, which is definitely one of the harder parts of doing it, right? Like of getting profession set up. I know it's the profession setup part that I've enjoyed the absolute least is trying to farm up the cash. Actually, not that I enjoy it the least. It's just it takes the most time, and so I've just not been as persistent in doing it, right? If you had known the 20-minute cash route, oh, you wouldn't have done the 20-minute cash route. Is it quicker? Well, I guess on classes that have a tank spec, but the thing is, as a DPS spec, you can kind of get away with queuing and not knowing the class super well. You can figure it out in the dungeon. Whereas with what do you call it? With tank specs, I feel like you kind of need to know the class, right? All platforms will be like X. maybe. If I would have, yeah. Wait. So which dungeon quest is that? Is it this one that we pick up right here? Is it the? It's probably the. Do you get a different reward on your first character that completes it, or is it the same for all of them? Is it under meta quests? No, it's not under meta quests. Lord, I know I'm one. Oh, also, sorry, for anyone who's watching on TikTok or YouTube, you won't be able to hear the music, but you'll hear me singing along to it, which I think is kind of the same, right? Can you really, I mean, Twitch viewers, tell me, can you hear a difference between the way I sing it and the actual song? Probably not really, right? I'm a pretty decent singer, considering I have never sung anything in my life other than like maybe in like the second grade. You know what I mean? But despite that, I think I'm somewhat decent at singing. Dude, Goldzen, I mean, you could probably, I haven't done the math, so this is me just completely pulling it out of my butt, but just by running the delve and run like doing the Delver's Call quest for the delve and then doing that weekly dungeon quest, you can probably be pretty decent on getting yourself that book, right, on each of those alts. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm still not doing it on 36 alts every week. But, dude, where is the dungeon quest? Do I not have it here? Why am I not seeing it? Because I don't think I've done it yet. Excuse me. Stay hydrated, folks. There's our hydration reminder. I don't think, yeah, I've not done the weekly dungeon quest. My horribly, what's the word I'm looking for? Horribly crowded weak aura interface here tells me that that I haven't done it yet. So I should have it in my quest log, right? Do you know what it's called for this week? Because it's not showing up under dungeon. Oh, never mind. It's this one. No, it's not. Is it this one? This one's just giving me gold. So I don't think it's that one. Damn it. We have to ban someone on Twitch. All right. Ban done. Goldzen, if you are still watching, let me know what the heck is the quest called, because I can't find it. World Sold Weekly. Oh, you mean if you just do this thing that gives you the pinnacle cash? I suppose I could check it on an alt. Who's under level 80? Because my main just has the I picked the one for Awakening the Machine, just because I feel like I need to do that anyway on my main for enchanting. All right, you know what? We will do that. Change in plan yet again. Let's do the Awakening the Machine event first. because on my main, it's generally not that tough. Although, technically, doing the Bountiful Delve first may be a better idea, just because then we'll have that piece of gear. And chat, pray with me here. Cross your fingers with me. I cannot get another shoulder piece or another freaking trinket, all right? I have every single potential trinket that comes from delves at eye level 606 or 603, which is what the Bountiful tier 8 delves drop, right? And I have like 3 shoulders. The 3 shoulders are actually more upsetting because they're literally identical. You can see on screen right now, right? The shoulders I have equipped and these 2 other ones are literally all the exact same stats, the exact same everything. One of them rolled speed on him, which is kind of nice because yo boy does like speed, right? But I don't need so many of the same freaking trinkets and shoulders, and it's just not, it's not a good time, all right? I don't want it. I don't like it. I don't want to be a part of this. All right, let's also pull up that delve tier list, because I think the Fungal Folly one, this one right here, is a tier S delve. Yep, it is. All right, so let's go do that. All right, so we're going to run a tier 8 Bountiful Fungal Folly delve. And the main takeaway from anyone who's watching this live or watching the video on demand later on, wherever you're watching it, however you're watching it, I feel like I need to come up with a general catch-all phrase for it, is that if I can do this, right, I'm sure you will be able to do it, because I'm not that great, and also I'm doing this while streaming on like a bajillion different things, and just trying to talk while keeping on top of all these chats is already driving me nuts. So if I can do a tier 8 delve, a tier 8 Bountiful delve, while still being under the eye level recommended for it as well, right? And keeping the stream relatively entertaining. I realize that I may be completely mistaken there, right? This may be the most boring stream you've ever seen, and if so, let me know in the chat. Where's the invite, Goldson? You can join me if you want. Oh, dude, why do I not have you on Battle Tag, though? All right, anyways, I'm going to go ahead and start this one, so we can do the next one together if you'd like, though. Oh, right, okay, I don't have you save. I need to set a note. All right. So, what do we need to do for this? We need to speak to Benston. I feel like I'm forgetting something else that I need to do before starting the delve. Dude, I hate that, like, all of WoW... I mean, to be fair, I guess anyone who's done any meaningful, like, content in this game is used to having to, like, check if they have their flask up. I keep saying that in 20 years of playing this game, I thought I was getting better, and I just I found out that I just like came up with more creative ways to die, and I think this is proof positive of that, right? The tier 8 delve, we're gonna have to reset now because I died literally jumping into the hole. Fatality. Oh, for sure, dude. Oh, for sure. All right, we got to reset the delve to begin with. So we're off to a good start, which is great, right? All right, sorry. I'm also trying to take notes of funny moments that happen on stream so that I can make little shorts out of them later, right? And that's another thing. If you guys are watching on Twitch or on TikTok or on YouTube, I finally got around to figuring out how to clip things on Twitch, and post them on other things. So keep an eye out for those as well. If you miss any of the streams, I'll try and have the funniest moments or the most insightful moments, right? Moments that I'm at my most wise, right? I'll have all those clipped for you guys. All right, let's make sure we have brand in the right spec as well. View brand Bronzebeard supplies, healer, porcelain, arrowhead, idol. I'm actually not sure if that's bis for. I know that's supposedly the best one for like damage dealing. Low-key, I'm wondering if the Idol of the Earth Mother is maybe a better call. Because it will help us with freaking with survivability. I wonder, should we try something different? Should we try going Windwalker? If you're watching live, let me know in whatever chat, in chat on whatever platform you're watching this on. Should we try Windwalker? I've been doing them as Brewmaster just because survivability is great, and so it's been super easy, right? But it does take forever to like kill things. Can I say that on TikTok? It does take forever to take things out. And so I am tempted to go Windwalker instead. I'm worried I'm going to perish. I'm worried I'm going to die a whole bunch if I do that, though. So, not sure. Not sure. I wonder if we do need Bran as healer, though. I'm wondering if we can have him go damage dealer, and then maybe things will go a bit quicker. The problem is I think that I need the potions. All right, let's not try and be heroes here. Let's just go all survivability. We will keep Amorphous Relic. Unless we go Time Loss Relic. Because increases your size by 20%, health by 10%, and damage and healing done by 6% is kind of lit. And I kind of want that more than I want anything else. Idol of Final Will. I mean, aiming it's going to be stupid anyway. This will just give me more heals. I wonder if we go with Idol of the Earth Mother and Bran set to damage dealer. I wonder if this combo. All right, you know what? Let's try it. Let's try it. Let's do something a little bit different. Let's see if it works. And let's try not to die while falling into the puddle here. I did not think it was possible to die while doing that, but if anyone was gonna figure it out, it was gonna be me. Let's be honest, gang. Come on now. If anyone's watched this stream before, you know that if there's a way to die in the World of Warcraft, I will figure it out. Gosh dang it. I made my usual mistake of trying to look at things while doing combat, and that never ends well for me. All right, we popped all of our cooldowns and managed to survive the pull, though. So that's kind of nice. All right. And while doing this, I'm just thinking I should probably set up another overlay or like scene that gives you guys an indication of how we're progressing in the delves. But that's something for me to figure out off stream. Poof. Dude. I gotta stop checking chat everywhere and focus on actually getting these mobs down. Alright, let's see here. I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of button mashing. What am I gonna learn a rotation? Come on, listen to yourself. Listen to yourself, guys. What am I gonna like learn how to play the class? I mean, if that happens, I'm probably not gonna die as much on stream, and then why would anyone watch this stream? If I don't find like 10 new ways of dying on every single stream, I'm the same as any other streamer out there. You guys could go watch whatever else, all right? The reason I think you guys come back for my content, those of you who do, is because you enjoy watching me find creative ways to unalive myself. Am I TikToking right? Am I, guys, TikTokers? TikTok viewers, have I figured it out? Is that... I've heard that's a TikTok thing, right? I'm gonna try and use Hillary Clinton's legendary line. I need you to Pokemon Go over to the TikTok and let me know if it's working. The cool kids. It's up. Got to stay out of damage things is what they tell me, and so I will try to stick to it. Ah! 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 Dude, where is Bran? How did... I love that he does nothing or he one-shots a mob from like 50% health. And there's no in-between. There is no in-between. Bran is either doing absolutely nothing or he's what do you call it? Or he's one-shotting a mob to 50% health. Wokeness detected. Wait, what was woke about that? I was saying it was cringy as heck. When the Clintoness tried to get like the youngsters to vote for her by saying she needed them to Pokemon Go to the polls. All right, let's see. Mislaid curiosity. Oh, this is our first bountiful delve of the day, which also means we'll get a whole bunch of bonus experience for our Bran. I'll be honest, I forgot. I should probably be running these daily, and I just have not been doing it because I didn't feel like it. But I should probably be doing them daily to like level up my Bran, right? Make these. Oh, good God, we are not paying enough attention to our health bar. Low key, we may may take Bran back to oh God. None of these are things that it was gonna happen at some point, gang. So it'll be okay. We'll be okay. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be okay. Everything's okay. Don't stress out too bad. All right. We'll swap Bran back to healer, and we'll try to. I gotta stop moving out of the frontal cone. When it says frontal cone, that should trigger something in me that tells me to run away from the frontal cone that will probably do enough damage to kill me. See, like right then, good time to move away. These are the kind of pro gamer tips that I am trying to share with my viewers. Frontal cone, nope. Gonna nope out of that one. Gonna nope out of that one real quick. All right. I can't believe I had to use Touch of Death on literally a trash mob. All right, there is a quest objective over there. Dude, what is going on? Did they like nerf my... Did they nerf me from the other day, or was I just not that good? Or was I maybe on a roll that day? Maybe that was what was going on? Because I don't think these... Again, Bran is either useless or just like crushes 50% of a mob's health, and there's no in between. I mean, I'm just saying, if Bran is this powerful, why can't he just do a reasonable amount of damage every single time? How about that? Is that Blizzard? Is that something we can make happen? Although I suppose the thing is they've tuned Bran so much. How many like I gave up on trying to keep up with what was going on with delves, just because of the fact that I felt like every 15 minutes there was like a new Wowhead post talking about some other thing that they had changed in delves that would completely change how easy or difficult it was to do a delve. Which is just not great, especially since the fact that like, well, for one, I know even I tested out a handful of delves on the beta, right? They had a long beta, and they had what essentially amounts to an open beta, right? I mean, it wasn't open in that like literally anyone could join, but if you had $80 to spend that you were willing to fork over to Blizzard, then you could join the beta, right? So I would be interested to know, and though I feel like it's a fairly safe assumption that the War Within probably had more beta testers than any other WoW expansion in the past ever has had, right? Just because of the fact that they opened it up to basically everyone. And despite the fact that I saw a lot of people running... Stop, Mr. Sporebit. What are we doing here? Despite the fact that they probably had more testers than ever, right? And despite the fact that I reported some of the issues that I'm currently facing in this, because I ran this specific delve in beta, and encountered quite a few bugs with it, and including with those spore bits, right? And I reported them. I was a good boy. I dutifully reported the bugs, right? Didn't try and figure out how I could like misuse that, right? Take advantage of the situation, like certain world first raiders may or may not have done, right? Not naming any names, not accusing anyone of anything. All right, just want to be very clear about that. Just vaguely, right? If there was anyone in a race to world first girl who may have been catching a ban for exploiting, maybe we're talking about them, right? Maybe. I wasn't like them. I didn't just sit on the bugs. I reported it. All right, I did my duty as a respectable, upright, upstanding player of the WoW in the WoW community. I'm trying to do combat and come up with witty things to say is a lot more difficult than I make it look, folks. All right, Hey, Spike and Ed, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Twitch, next patch or now patch when 20 years even is happening. The 20-year anniversary will, I think we know the dates, right? Because we know when WoW released. I think it's coming up in is it November? I want to say it's November. I feel like it's November, right? 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I think we have a little bit. It's the November patch, I think. Yeah, it's the November patch that they're planning on doing that in. I'll be honest with you though, it's not gonna make too much of a difference for me, just because the way I play is I play on 2 accounts at any given time, right? And this is probably just another reason why I'm regretting even more having bought the War Within on my second account this time around. Because usually for every other expansion, right, I've played on 2 accounts going back to like Cataclysm, I think. And the reason I do that is because then I can be doing things like running delves on my main account, like this, like I'm doing right now. And I can have my second character just logged in and in Orgrimmar, canceling and reposting auctions, right? So I can be out doing world quests. I can be out, out in the world doing whatever on my main account, right? And still be on top of my auctions. And it more than pays for itself in terms of the amount of extra gold that I make, right? And so that's worked great for me every expansion until now. This time around, because of the fact that I'm now creating content and I thought it could be interesting and it would allow me to level as twice as many characters and there would be some time efficiencies there in terms of I would be able to like do more things and create more content out of it. I actually got the War Within on my second account as well. Now I didn't ball out, right? Didn't get crazy with it. Didn't splash out and get the like early access or anything like that. I just got the regular version of the War Within on my second account, right? Which wasn't an issue. I was during early access. I wasn't doing gold making stuff anyway. I was just having fun, getting my main to level 80, right? Having a good old time, enjoying the expansion as it was, having a fun time with it, and yeah. But since then, I feel like it's honestly low key kind of been a productivity decrease for me because of the fact that I'm constantly trying to do things on 2 accounts at one time instead of just focusing on one and getting the thing done and then moving over to the next character. I don't know if anyone asked anything related to that. I think I just started ranting. So, Spike and Ed, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Have you joined us before? I feel like it's the first time I'm seeing your name in chat. What's up? How's the War Within treating you? Thank you for dropping a message in chat. I always appreciate chatters. First time, welcome. So, for yourself and for those who are just joining us, this is the Adrel Show. We stream 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, covering gold making, gold making, a little bit of mountain collecting, some alt army stuff, and then also sometimes we have fun with it, right? We do things like running tier 8 bountiful delves and trying to see if I can come up with more creative ways to die than I did on the last stream. Today's creative death was dying while jumping down into this delve, which was not a way that I knew was possible to die. Although now that I mention it, I feel like I remember doing the same stupid thing in the beta, and I probably mentioned it to Blizzard. So it's really Blizzard's fault, right? That we had that death early on. But tell me, Spike, are you a gold maker? Are you interested in making gold? Or are you just checking out the stream for the kicks and gigs? Trying to make gold. Okay. Do you play EU or NA? And if so, are you trying to make gold by like by farming materials, or are you trying to craft? Or okay, North America, sick. Same as me. Same as me. I live in the time zone I live in would make EU servers basically the time zone that I live in. EU servers would make a lot more sense. The problem is I have all of my progress and everything on my North American WoW account, and so I'm just not willing to give up all of that to be able to play at peak hours. Instead, what I've been doing is just like staying up until 4 or 5 a.m., which is a terrible idea, and I do not recommend it. All right, kids, do not do that. Right? Don't stay up till 5 a.m. playing World of Warcraft. It's not a good idea. It's just not. It's just not. I mean, admittedly, I've been doing that since the time that I was like 13, right? Whatever age I was when this game first came out, like 20 years ago. Dude, I remember like as like in middle school, right? I managed to convince the parents to like get me a computer in my room, like in my bedroom, which was already that took some doing. All right. If you guys know anything about brown parents, they're not super keen on kids doing much other than like studying and like, you know what I mean, social things. Trying to explain to your parents why you need a gaming PC, let alone that they need to like give you money to pay for a game to play, you know, they have to pay monthly for a subscription, was not an easy sell, but we did it. All right. And so I had the computer in my room, right? We did, sorry, I'm trying to pull a boss while also, okay, maybe we do story time after this boss. All right, maybe that's an easier thing. And Spike and Ed, I see you mentioned crafting. Tell me more. What professions are you looking at? Is there any in specific? Are there any? I was saying later on in the stream, we're probably going to set up professions on a couple more alts. So if there's any profession you're interested in particularly, I'd be happy to. I haven't decided what alts and what professions we're going to do. If there's any professions in specific you'd like to see me set up a build for, we can do that. And I'll give you guys a couple of ways to make at least 1 million gold, right? At least 1 million gold profit is going to be the goal of setting up that alt. Is I'm going to give you guys a roadmap to making 1 million gold with that profession in fairly short order and without investing a bunch. We're not shuffling, or at least we're not doing the full shuffle for sure. I don't think we'll even do a mini shuffle, to be honest. I just don't like the idea of the shuffle. And if you have no idea what I'm talking about, let me know in the chat and I'll explain what the Artisan Security Shuffle is. It's super degen. You don't need to know about it, really. I mean, you can find out about it if you want, but I haven't done it on a single character, and the last stream we pulled 8.5 million gold out of the mailbox, the bulk of which was profit. So you really don't need to do that at all to make significant amounts of gold in this game. Oh, I keep forgetting to pop my trinket. See, this is the problem with going brewmaster. Like, I can survive the entire thing, right? I can survive the thing. In most cases, we can one-shot it unless I die to something stupid, which is always, there's always a good to fair chance of that happening, right? It's just the boss fights take so long because I do such little damage, or at least it feels like I'm doing such little damage. Tailoring and enchanting. Lovely. I absolutely love those professions, man. Those are, I would say those are the two professions that I've made the absolute most gold with this expansion. And it's probably not close. Though I've made a decent bit of gold with every single crafting profession. The only exception is maybe alchemy. And that's also just because I haven't spent as much time on it, and because alchemy just is too brutal. Like, it just costs too much gold to level up, and it's just too janky, which is why I haven't spent more time on it. I'm sorry, Spike and Ed, by the way. I will read the rest of your message shortly. I picked up tailoring and enchanting, and I haven't really. I'm trying to focus on the boss so that hopefully we can actually one-shot this. Ah! Charge! Don't charge at me. Fungal storm, probably shouldn't stand in that. Spore explosion, that doesn't sound like a fun time. That doesn't sound like something I should stand in. Don't die. Yeah, I'm trying. I literally died to foliage earlier. Or not foliage, but I died to what do you call it? The environment? So, I mean, all bets are really off. The odds of a boss taking me out are a lot higher than they would be otherwise. All right, I'm just randomly popping cool things that have a cool die. We got out of there for a second, then we went back in, then we got back out. Oh God, dude, this whole boss is just such a nightmare. I mean, I understand it's one of the quicker and easier delves to do, but it's just this platform just gets covered in green crap. And presumably I need to avoid all... Up! We're in touch of death range, boys. Boom! Tier 8 delve down. We got an achievement, too. Raise Brand Bronzebeard to level 25. Hey! Hey! What's up? Dude, I thought we were about to disconnect for a second, then we froze. Nice, Jeezy. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, we basically one-shot that, right? I got distracted by chat. And when I say chat, I mean like the 4 different chats that I have in front of me. I literally have 1, 2, 3, 4 different chats in front of me right now because I haven't figured out a good way to like consolidate everything. If you have a suggestion for it, let me know in the chat or in the comments below. All right, now, remember stream, remember chat. I'm streaming on 3 platforms. 3 platforms? Yeah, 3 platforms. I'm streaming on 3 platforms, but I basically have 5 different outputs. 5? Yeah, I think 5. Right? Because we've got Twitch, which for now is just horizontal, right? We're streaming on YouTube horizontal and vertical. We're streaming on TikTok horizontal and vertical, and I think that's it. Is there anything else I'm missing out on? No, that's it. Yeah, 5. I'm technically streaming on 5 platforms. So there's 5 different ways for people to hear my annoying voice and watch me come up with creative and sometimes make a little bit of gold. And when I say a little bit, I mean like 8.5 million gold. All right, let's see. We're going to open the blue chest here. Dude, I just want a freaking map. Why are none giving me a map? Oh, that's annoying. 584 veteran bracers. Nice, nice, right? I don't have a hunter at level 80, but whenever he gets to level 80, that'll be nice to equip on him. Dude, we may do some character leveling today, actually. All right, we're going to open this bountiful coffer, but I need y'all to do this with me, all right? Everyone who's watching this live on whichever of the 5 versions of this stream you are watching, take a second here, all right? Pause whatever you're doing. Cross your fingers with me, all right? All that we are praying for is that we don't get another set of shoulders, all right? Because we have 3 of the exact same shoulders already, all right? And that we don't get another trinket. Anything else I'm happy with. If I'm being picky, I also don't want pants, right? We don't need pants. Anything else is an upgrade for us, and we're good to go, right? We're happy, right? Things are good. So, hopefully you're crossing your fingers with me, and we're gonna go ahead and right click on this. Okay, we got a ring. Hey, we got a ring. The hell's a streamline? Oh, we got another relic as well. We got a ring, dude. We got a ring and it's lit. Okay, heck yeah. Thank you everyone who watched the live stream and crossed their fingers with me, because I assume everyone did that, right? We got a ring. Okay, dude, I'm stoked. We got a ring. We got a ring with a socket. That's actually an upgrade for us, and a significant upgrade as well. Look at that, 89%. Dude. That's pretty dope. Which is my second best? The haste and versatility one. All right, let's swap that out. I should probably enchant it as well, huh? That brings us to eye level 588. So, I mean, not a huge eye level upgrade. It didn't have a huge impact on our overall average eye level, but hey, an upgrade's an upgrade. On me, take on me, take me on, take on me. All right. 1 tier 8 bountiful delve down. Watch me remember that I've like forgotten a quest or something. We're gonna take a quick little break. Also because I haven't eaten anything all day, and so I should probably get a little snack in. All right, we'll run an ad on Twitch as well. And we'll be back in a few. If you're enjoying the content, drop a like, subscribe, do all the things. All right, like you guys know what to do. All right, I don't need to explain to y'all how the internet works. Do the things. All right, I won't. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Do the things. All right, if you're enjoying the content, comment, subscribe, like. Right. We know the things. We know the things. Do I really need to explain it to y'all? Like this is the first time you guys have ever done anything online? Probably not, right? What are we doing? Damn it, Golden, there's always one. We are taking a quick break because we got a sick piece of loot from our tier 8 Bountiful Delve. Actually, how many keys do I have left? Oh, I'm out of restored coffer keys? That kind of sucks. Did I get all my weekly coffer keys? Major key flames. I think I'll probably get one from awakening the event, right? lines of some interesting stuff there, I see. If you stream, you tell people not to like or subscribe, to be honest. Yeah. The reverse psychology move. Maybe we'll try that for the next time we go on break. I'm gonna steal your idea here, Galton. All right. Anyways, let's take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll figure out if we can get another coffer key from somewhere. I think I still should be able to get a couple of them. So we'll see if we can do that, right? And if we can, then we'll run another Bountiful Delve. Otherwise, we'll do Awakening the Machine, and then we may actually do some gold making stuff. How about that? I mean, I keep talking about this being a gold making stream, and all of the streams, like the other stream that I did this week because we were sick on Monday. On Wednesday's stream, I don't know if we did any gold making stuff. So I suppose at some point I should probably live up to the hype and do some gold making stuff. But we'll decide once we come back. That's a problem for 5 minutes from now, Adrel. All right. So see you guys in a few. Hang tight. All right, and we are back. I just realized that I didn't have the right scene loaded on TikTok, so apologies, TikTok viewers. This is what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, okay, our. How are we doing? How are we doing, gang? Is the audio fine? Are we okay? I managed to house a sandwich and get most of the way through my energy drink. I don't show it label forward anymore because people thought that I was sponsored by him, and I'm not. Sounds good? Thank you, Spike and Ed. Oh, and thank you for the follow, Spike and Ed. Appreciate it. So tell me more about your name, though. Is it Spike and Ed because, like, two people use the account, or is there a story to it? All right, so I think we said we were going to try and see if we could find, and we said we were going to do Awakening the Machine. Oh, from Cowboy Bebop. Okay. I'm gonna be honest. I'm a bit of an anime noob in that I know absolutely nothing about anime. I used to watch like Speed Racer back in like the 90s because it was the only thing that was on TV where I lived, which I found out later was like a show from the 60s, I guess. But that's probably the extent of it. I mean, I've watched like the Howl's Moving Castle and a couple of those. That was a pretty cool movie. It's old. The thing is, I'm always tempted to get into anime, right? Because people are just like, people love it so much, right? And I'm a nerd. I'm constantly looking for a new fandom to join, right? But it's just, first of all, I feel like most of the like big ones, people are like, oh, just watch like it's a short one. It's got like 100 episodes, and I'm like, dude, I'm not gonna like. And then also, I hate things that are dubbed. And let's be honest, social media has broken my brain to the point that like trying to watch something with subtitles is just painfully dull unless I'm like super into it. And the number of things that I'm willing to do that for these days is just shrinking by like the day, I feel like. Hey Lolel, welcome to the stream and thank you for the follow. What's up? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. How is the War Within treating you? Are you making gold? Are you raiding? Are you PvPing? The only short anime worth watching is One Piece. Yeah, that's the one that I keep hearing about, and that's the one that, like I would you say that's a good starting point? I feel like that's the one that gets like the most references as well, and I'm sick of not getting the references. I feel like I'm missing out. The Cyberpunk one was good as well. I'll be honest with you. I installed Cyberpunk when it came out just because it was everywhere, right? And it was buggy as all heck, and that was before I upgraded my graphic card, and so I didn't putting it back. I didn't get around to. Sorry, one second. I'm trying to read quest text while talking, which is not a good idea. Yeah, and so I never. My plan was that like I'll wait a couple of months. They'll fix all the bugs, right, and then Cyberpunk will finally be worth playing. But then I never really got back to it, and I've just been doing WoW stuff. I started playing WoW again, is basically the thing. And as all of us gamers know, like if you're playing WoW, you're not really playing much of anything else. And so as a result, I've also not followed like the storyline and stuff like that. All right, sorry. I just realized I need to have the YouTube chat up for the shorts, for the vertical stream. All right, sorry. Enough phone time. Trying to make gold as well. Gonna watch your stream later if you're on. Yeah, for sure. Thank you for stopping by and thank you for the follow. Yeah, we'll be streaming for a decent amount of time today. It's a Friday. Friday streams are always fun. So I look forward to seeing you later on. Tell me more about One Piece. Like, can I just start watching the show? Which version do I watch? Do I need to watch it with subtitles? Am I gonna enjoy it if it has Like if I do it with a dubbing thing, is there also where can I watch it? Because there's like Crunchyroll is the like place to watch things, right? Or to watch it, but I don't really want to get another subscription because I already have too many of them. Dubs are almost caught up. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Oh, dubs are okay. Sorry. Okay, the energy drink clearly hasn't kicked in yet. Begin maintenance. Dubs are almost caught up. Caught up as in like there's dubbing for all the episodes. Did they not come out? Like, did they not release them with the episode? Dude, yeah. See, this is what I'm. This is the problem, man. Anytime I'm like, all right, that anime sounds cool. I'm like, I'll check. Like, it sounds like it'll be checking out. There's 1,150 episodes of One Piece for me to catch up on. Like, that is so much lore, right? And it's the thing is, it's not just watching all the episodes to like say I watch all the episodes. I need to be like paying attention enough to like actually know what the heck is going on so that I can kind of vaguely follow the storyline. I mean, to give you context at how bad I am at doing that, I've been playing World of Warcraft for 20 years and I probably could not tell you much about the actual story. And the reason for that is kind of the reason for that is as usual with the stories that I tell on this stream. It's not my fault. All right, when I first started playing World of Warcraft at the tender age of 11 or 12 years old, whatever it was, right? I would basically read every single quest. Like I would read all the quest texts. I would like read what like characters were saying and stuff like that. And as a result, I like just did not level for any meaningful, like I literally after like 3 months of playing the game, I was still at like level 20. And so then all my friends made fun of me and informed me that in fact, I was not supposed to read all of the quest text and that I was a noob, right? And ever since I was so relentlessly bullied by those friends, I have never read quest text ever again. And so the message is simple, kids. Do not bully your friends. If they want to read the quest text, let them, because otherwise they'll spend 20 years and God knows how many hours playing a game that they have no idea what the storyline is. Just play the way it makes you happy. Yeah, I mean, that's what I've ended up doing, right? But I do always wish that I knew more about the lore of World of Warcraft, because it seems like it's pretty cool, and I know a lot of people get super into it. And every time like some major like cutscene happens, I'm like, oh, I kind of wish I knew what was going on here. It seems like this may be a big deal. To be fair, I have watched like at least half a dozen, if not a dozen, of those like YouTube lore videos, right? That like explain the lore, tell you exactly, you know, what you need to know and all that. And I still just like never end up really fully grasping it. Damn it. Ooh. Can you not mail it to your characters on different realms? You can, but I think you can only mail BOA items. I don't think it lets you mail like gold and items and stuff like that, which is really weird. I don't know why that doesn't work, but it doesn't for some reason. You could, I mean, the simplest way is just to use the warbank. Prior to having the warbank, you would have to have 2 accounts. You would have to have someone else trade it like to your other character, right? But now with the warbank, it's super easy to just send things over that way. All right, you know what? I think we are going to swap back to Windwalker for this, because Brewmaster is just not feeling great. Warbank doesn't have enough space. Yeah, I mean, so the thing with the warbank is initially I was like, oh, I'll probably end up needing to buy every single slot because I'll use it for like cross-realm trading, right? Which I've not been staying on top of as much as I should have. But I've been doing a decent bit of, right? And I thought that I would use it for that. The thing is that Trade Skill Master, which is one of the add-ons that I use to manage all of this stuff, doesn't support the warbank. And so I am just using a guild bank, and it's a lot easier to manage inventory that way. I got lucky and I managed to snag some like I don't know, someone logged in and found out that they were like GM of the guild that they were part of prior to like quitting the game or whatever. And so they just sold me their guild and guild bank for like super cheap, and no one's come after me for it since. And I've been too cheap to rename it. I'm sitting on 35 million gold at last count, right? We were above 35 million gold. I don't remember the exact number. And so it really wouldn't cost me that much to rename it, but I also haven't been able to come up with another name. And I don't know if I rename it like Watch the Adrel Show. I don't know if I can get reported for that. What do y'all think? Should we just send it and see what happens? All right, we're in Windwalker. Am I doing anything dumb? No, I think we can good. Dude, we've been soloing this since like week 1. Seems sus. So much hopping mistakes made. Wait, what are the hopping mistakes? But yeah, I mean, I would say you really only need one Warbank tab, no? I mean, like, having more space in the Warbank is great. But I'll be honest, I'm also not using... I don't use my Warbank for much these days. I mainly use my guild bank for most things. The only thing I'll use it for is like BOAs. I'll stick them in there. Because apparently one of the things is that for whatever reason, and this may be considered a bug, I don't think it quite enters like exploit territory, but supposedly for like upgrading items and stuff, and for calculating your eye level, the game will consider all the items in your guild bank or in your war bank as being part of your inventory. And so you can sort of use that to like cheese some things. Hey, the music is turning up. You bought like 500 BOE greens on a different server. Oh, that's honestly, well, depending on what price you bought them at, that may have been a great investment. Can you disenchant them profitably? Because Lord knows I'm constantly trying to figure out a way to get my enchanting mats for cheaper. After this poll, I'll tell you guys. We'll do an update to how much gold I've spent on freaking storm dust. All right, let's see here. Oh, never mind. Next wave. All right, after this, we'll have a little bit of a downtime. After this, and I'll show you guys how much gold I've spent on storm dust. Dude, 250 gold each. You can easily break a profit on that. If you don't want them, heck, I'll buy them off of you. At 250 gold? You don't even need to be enchanting spect, I think, to make a profit on those at that. No, you probably do. You probably do. I did roll an alt who's just disenchanting spect after weeks of refusing to do it just because I got burnt in Dragonflight by doing that on my main, and it ended up being trashed here, disenchanting spec. So I refused to do that in the War Within. Like, I refused to fall prey to that yet again. But this time around, it seems like it would have been a good call because it was a lot of gold. And so I did roll another alt that specialized in disenchanting. And they haven't made much gold yet, but I also, like, this was like 3 days ago. And I haven't been spending as much time shuffling as I probably should be doing. Oh, you are disenchant spec. Wait, so what's the problem then? Wait, why is that a mistake? I feel like that's the right call. Just time consuming and lazy. Yeah, I mean, that was the main reason that I didn't go disenchanting spec as well. Just because the thing with disenchanting is that you just need to like keep hitting that button, right? And so it's sort of it's not engaging enough for me to like want to do it, right? Like, I don't like just sitting there spamming one button. I'd rather be doing things more interactive. I may make a little bit less gold, but even that, I don't think I'm going to make less gold with it. I'd rather, I call it like outsourcing my disenchanting, where I'll happily just pay someone else to do the disenchanting for me because it's kind of boring. And am I going to lose some of my margin? Sure, but I don't really care because I'm making enough gold just by buying storm dust and selling enchants. I mean, to that point, let's take a look here. All right, gang, are we ready to look at these horrific numbers? I have spent 9.3 million gold. And keep in mind, Trade Skill Master isn't even fully updated. Like, it's not reflecting all these numbers correctly. So the actual numbers are going to be significantly higher than this. But I've spent 9.3 million gold, at least, on rank 3 Stormdust. I've spent another... Yeah, this number is completely wrong. Rank 2 Stormdust, 562,000 gold. Dude, that is completely wrong. I know that I've at one time bought more than that. And then this is saying only 3.3 million gold on the rank 1 Stormdust. Yeah, that's nonsense. Admittedly, this is only going to show us data for one account because this add-on's called Journalator. Great add-on, a little bit more reliable in my mind for sales data than Trade Skill Master. Seems to do a little bit of a better job at tracking things. All right, 6 million gold. Yeah, 6 million gold it's saying across Stormdust on this account, and then probably another 3 or 4 million. Yeah, so I've spent upwards of 10 million gold at the very least, and realistically probably even more than that. I've probably spent about 15 million gold if I had to guess. Didn't know you couldn't mail yourself? I mean, like I'm saying, you can just use a warbank though, right? Are there any issues with that I'm not thinking of? Dude, log on to like a level 10, create a level 10 Volpera, right? And they get 8 extra bag slots, and they start in Orgrimmar. All you need to do is pull out a bunch of items in your warbank that you're not using, and there you go. You've freed up some space in your warbank. Now, you'll have to remember that you have those items on that character if you're not using an add-on like Altaholic or Trade Skill Master. That'll like track that for you. Or Baginator. Baginator also has a built-in like who has what feature, which is also really powerful. Okay, I don't know if it's because the music is slowing down. That I feel like we're relaxing a bit. But we're gonna take a quick little break because I have to pee. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. All right, like I keep saying, I seldom lie on stream. All right, so we're gonna take a quick little break. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll come back and finish the Awakening the Machine thing, and then we'll decide what to do next. All right, so see you guys in a few. Thank you for watching live. If you feel I've earned it, drop a sub. All right, drop a sub. right, we are back. What is up? What is up, everyone? How's it going? What's up? What's up? What's up? All right, we are in World of Warcraft, The War Within. We are in the Awakening the Machine event. We're on Wave 10, Tier 8. Dude, does Awakening the Machine scale? Does it scale to your like eye level or something? How is this a tier 8? Why is it showing tier 8? Or is it just the interface being buggy as all heck? Explosive spores aren't in here. I haven't seen any of those. I haven't seen Zekvir in here. Because I thought the whole thing was that that Awakening the Machine was just like at one difficulty level. Now I think it would be cooler if it did scale, and you got more rewards for doing higher versions of it. But I don't think it scales. I think there's just one difficulty, right? Oh, we have to do this on my mage as well, and we have to run Bountiful Delves on her. Now that is going to be more of a challenge because I don't know how to play Frost Mage, as we found out on stream the other day. Yeah, each wave definitely gets harder, which is why the rewards are the best if you like knock out all the waves in one shot, right? Like that's how you unlock all 4 chests. And so therefore get the most rep and all that other fun stuff. But yeah. Let's see here. Sorry folks, give me 1 second. I'm trying to figure out how the heck TikTok works. Is it of love and I got the magic one. These other girls are tempting, but I'm empty when you're done. And they say, do you need me? Do you think I'm pretty? Do I make you feel like cheating? I'm like, no. Do you guys think I can get like in trouble with... The heck was that noise? Oh, it's part of the song. All right, do you guys think I can get in trouble for singing on TikTok? I don't know how that works. What was I trying to do here? I was trying to see... All right, give me 1 second, folks. Give me 1 second. How the heck does this... Dude, trying to do anything with TikTok on PC admittedly is probably a dumb choice. But it's definitely strange just how janky it is on PC. I mean, I get that it's like a mobile first app or whatever, and so they're not really too concerned with making it work super well on PC, right? Because it's not like I don't think they really care. Oh, jeez. That is loud. That is loud. So for whatever reason, sorry folks, I know this is thrilling content, but I have no idea how on earth, dude, TikTok is so confusing. Live goal. All right, let's. I don't know how this works. Dude, this interface is super janky. How the heck does this even work? If any of my TikTok viewers know what the heck is going on, drop a message in chat. Help your boy out. Cause you're scared to be lonely. You're holding me tonight. You're scared to be lonely. Okay, so I've not been able to figure out exactly how to get this TikTok jankiness to work out. If you're watching live on TikTok and you know anything about TikTok, let me know in the chat, because I'm very, very confused. But that's a problem for me to figure out off stream when you lovely people aren't tuning in. Anyway, we are in Awakening the Machine. We're starting wave 11. All right, this should pretty much be a face roll. I don't anticipate it being difficult, but that is where the comedy comes in, you see, because generally I even when I think that I'm going to be able to just face roll something, there's always the chance here at the Adrel show that it goes disastrously wrong, and I figure out a completely new way to fail the task at hand. All right, I'm just saying there's a non-zero chance that everything goes to crap anyway, because that's just what seems to happen. Especially if I call it on stream, if I say something's about to be easy, that's when the game, because I mean, I'm assuming obviously everyone at Blizzard's watching my stream live, and that's when they decide to like ramp up the difficulty for me. You know what I mean? I've heard they do this with Race to World First guilds, right, where they watch the raids live, like, and tune it in real time, like are live fixing things in the raids. And I can only assume that that's exactly what Blizzard's doing with my streams as well, right? One of those two viewers that I see on my screen right now is obviously a dev at Blizzard who have nothing better to do than to nerf my character and make whatever content I'm doing that much harder for me. Is it remotely true? Probably not. Is it completely in my imagination? Most likely. Am I going to continue saying it? Also, yes. Because guess what? For some reason, I'm allowed to have a Twitch stream, and so I can say what the heck I want on here. Within the terms of service, all right? Let's not get crazy. Distracted by my phone during a poll yet again, which seems to always go poorly, and yet I continue to do it. So have I learned anything? Probably not. Am I going to learn anything? Probably also not. I mean, where would the fun in that be, right? If I got better at this game, would you guys still watch me? Genuinely concerned, Because I feel like half of the fun of the Adrel show is trying to figure out the new creative way that I'm going to find to completely fail the task at hand. If there's any other reasons you watch my streams, let me know in the chat. It's what that chat box is there for, folks. Every touch is ooh la la la. It's true la la la. You keep me coming for you. Look, I'll say this much about The War Within is it got me to actually start paying attention to mechanics, which is already pretty impressive because, I mean, I went the entirety of Remix leveling God knows how many alts, doing raids on way too many of them, right? Way more than I at all needed to, without learning a single freaking mechanic. So the fact that this early on, and I played Original Mists as well, so you'd think that I would remember some of the mechanics from back in the day, but you would think wrong if that's what you think. I mean, is that really what you think? Have you watched my stream at all? All right, I just keep coming up with new ways to avoid having to learn mechanics, and to avoid actually succeeding in any of the more difficult content. All right, it's worked fine for me. All right, it's been fine. It's okay. It's okay. It's not been a problem so far. Don't expect it to become a problem anytime soon. If something changes and it does become a problem, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, huh? How about that? Let's not be so serious. Spike and Ed, Goldson, are y'all still here? Am I just talking to myself like a crazy person at this point? All right, we've got, I think this should be the second last wave. I am crazy, but you're here. All right, fair. Listen, I'll take that. I'll take that. I'll take that. If you're not a little neuro spicy these days, are you really living? Dude, Touch of Death is just so OP. All I have to do is get any mob to within the like same health pool as I have, and it's done. We're all neurospicy. Yeah, dude. Fire and Gemstone. What the hell was the point of that quest? Okay, we got all 4 chests. Can we get anything out of these that we care about? I mean, I guess the mount, right? That would be the main thing. Ooh, and we got another restored coffer key, so we can do another bountiful delve. We'll go grab that off the vendor in a second here. I think the main thing that we're looking for is the mount, and honestly, even more than that, I want the enchanting recipe, because that is just a license to print gold. We'll save the biggest one for last. All right, fingers crossed, boys. Fingers crossed yet again. We got. Damn it! No, we didn't get the mount or the enchanting recipe. So there's that. We will try it again on my mage, because she is actually spec'd for chest enchants. And so if I have to pick between this character getting it and my other enchanter getting it, I'd prefer to get it on that one. Restored coffer key, Schwang, big candle, 500 gold. Not bad. Not bad. Is there anything we want to buy off the vendor? Did we unlock anything cool with Renown 13? I love that I've hit 14 on Council of Dornogal, 13 on the Assembly of the Deeps, and I still haven't gotten Halifal Arathi to the place that I need it to be at in order to unlock the knowledge points. Sometimes I remember words. Sometimes. Very rarely, though. Very rarely, and guess what? Probably not going to change that up too much. Probably not going to get better with that at that with age. Let's just be real here. right? Probably not going to happen for me. Oh, for Christ's sake, I didn't pick up Roland down in the deeps. That's annoying. That knowledge point unlock at Hollow is nice. Yeah, it's the only one I have left. And it's what is it? It's jewel crafting, herbalism, skinning, and leatherworking. So I really only care about jewel crafting and leatherworking. And leatherworking as well, I need the leatherworking ones. And jewel crafting I haven't really done much with. I went profession spec on my main, which was kind of dumb because all of my artisan's acuity is still going towards enchanting. And so I can't even buy the other profession equipment recipes that I need. So, I mean, let alone have the artisan's acuity to like get blue profession equipment. This is literally the Dragonflight version, which is how like new my jewel crafting build is right now. And I don't see that changing anytime in the foreseeable future. So like the 10 extra knowledge points will be nice, but I don't think it's going to like change my life in any meaningful way. Artisan's acuity is the bane of your existence. Yeah, I mean, if you're a double gatherer, especially so. But in general, I don't know why they tuned it the way they did. I feel like they could have. I feel like they're like. Actually, you know what? I don't have a problem with artisan's acuity. It's in and of itself. I like sort of the time gating, and it forces you to make like meaningful decisions as to what you're picking, and you get your tools first, you get the knowledge point books first, you buy recipes, right? I think that was kind of cool in and of itself. What annoys me is the fact that they nerfed a bunch of the ways that people were planning on farming artisan's acuity, but then left the biggest ones in anyway, right? With the patron orders and with the whole artisan's acuity shuffle that exists right now, right? I feel like they got so close, which means Blizzard knew it was a problem. I'm doing the artisan's acuity rant, all right? Spike and Ed, I think it's Spike and Ed's first stream, so I don't know if they've heard it yet, and so I will subject them to it. But the thing is that Blizzard knew it was a problem, right? That's why they took off the artisan's acuity from the treasures, they took it off from the first craft bonuses from trainers and stuff like that. But they didn't do the simplest thing that they could have done, and there's two ways they could have gone with that. One, which is a less elegant solution, but still a way better solution than what they did, is just give everyone a weekly cap of artisan's acuity, where you get so much artisan's acuity per week, and then that's it, right? And have that cap go up with each week, the same way as like our caps for honor and crests and valor and all of that, and valor stones. Well, valor stones don't have a cap rate, but they use that system that they already have in place, and they just throw artisan's acuity into that as well. Less elegant solution, maybe easier for Blizzard to do on their end though, so I would have been fine with that. The better solution would have just been having artisan's acuity tied to your individual profession. And why they didn't do that is completely beyond me. They had the sense to keep concentration specific to each profession, right? So clearly they built a system that works like that, right? Why they couldn't do the same exact thing with artisan's acuity, I have no idea. I can't imagine it would have been that much more complicated, right? I mean, I don't know crap about coding, so maybe it is very complicated or something like that, but I don't think so, right? And this isn't something that they just found out about. This was something that, like, I mean, the second people did it during Dragonflight, and the second we found out about patron work orders, that was my first thought as well. And I think I talked about it on stream when we were on the beta during stream as well. We discussed it, we tested it out and stuff like that, and saw that it worked. So it's not like Blizzard didn't know that this was going to happen. They just decided to solve the problem 80% of the way, and then leave the remaining 10% for people or the remaining 10 to 20% for people to basically exploit. It's not an exploit because it's sort of considered more clever use of game mechanics. But as far as I'm concerned, it may as well be an exploit, right? Because it is a very degen way of doing things, and it's definitely not at all the way that I think Blizzard intended you to use the system. I think it is a bad faith use of the system. But hey, that's my rant done. I haven't shuffled any professions yet. I am considering doing it now, but just on one of my characters that is a dual crafter, and so I know it'll take them just a dual gatherer rather. And I know, and I need a little bit more artisan's acuity, so I may do a quick little enchanting shuffle on that character. But yeah, I mean, I think they could have very easily just tied it to each individual profession, right? It's not like you need to be able to use artisan's acuity from one profession in the other profession for any conceivable reason. There's no reason it should work that way. In fact, if anything, it makes it less fun to be in a situation like mine, where my main has two professions. I want to be able to pay attention to both equally. It just doesn't work in the current situation because of the fact that they share an artisan's acuity pool. If I had separate jewel crafting artisan's acuity and separate enchanting artisan's acuity on this character, I could I could give equal attention to both professions and, actually enjoy using both professions. Instead, I basically have enchanting, and then jewel crafting I'm just keeping around because I don't want to unlearn all the recipes, right? I have recipes going back till mists and even further before, like from TBC and stuff, that I refuse to give up, and so I can't drop a profession, which means I'm not only playing like with enchanting, I'm fighting with one arm behind my back because I can't shuffle through the other professions. But also jewel crafting is completely wasted on, like it's gonna be months until I'm able to compete on anything with jewel crafting. So anyway, that's my little rant. Yeah, we are exactly. You can really only pick one profession, which is so dumb to me, man. Like they did so much good work in improving the profession system. Patron orders is something that I've wanted since Classic. Literally since WoW Vanilla Classic. Not Classic, since WoW, since Vanilla, right? Since the original version of the game, I've wanted patron orders. The fact that they added that in, right? They gave us a whole bunch of really, really cool new systems with the War Within that were, I think, in many cases, a massive improvement, even over Dragonflight, which was already an amazing expansion for crafters and for people who were interested in professions, right? Like that, it was by far the thing that I was the most excited about, and even in the War Within is the thing that I'm absolutely the most excited about. Delves are quickly catching up as a close second because they're fun as heck, but I feel like because of the fact that they allowed that huge loophole to be present, like it negated all of the work that they did on the professions, right? Like, what was the point of that? What was the point of putting together this whole cool profession system if you were just going to give a backdoor to people to be able to exploit it anyway? It just seems like so much wasted effort. Where they spent so much time putting together these cool systems, they should have just spent a little bit more time making it so that it couldn't be exploited. And that way everyone would have gotten to enjoy it a lot more. And for a longer time as well. Keep in mind that as well, right? There are a lot of people who have now already, because of the fact that they were able to do that Artisan's Acuity shuffle, are already done with their professions. And now the rest of the expansion, I mean, if they put something in with the new patches, they may have something to do, but it's already done, right? Like there are people who have all of their knowledge points. I mean, that was also because of an exploit, but who are able to guarantee rank 3s at the highest margin that they would ever be possible. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, I think it was really, really short-sighted of Blizzard to not fix those, like to leave that part of the system in the game, just because of the fact that it negates all the hard work they did. No one gets to explore the like fun stuff that they added into the thing, because of the fact that if you go on any of the Goldmaking, you go on the Goldmaking subreddit, you go on Discord, you go anywhere, it's just people talking about how it's impossible to make gold with anything because of the fact that a few players have cleverly used the game mechanics to get so far ahead of everyone that your average player just can't compete. And the really cool thing about concentration was that the concentration allowed everyone to compete, right? If you wanted to be like me and craft a whole bunch of things, you could make a bunch of gold. And if you wanted to not put that much time into professions, and you could still make a bunch of gold with concentration. The fact that they left the Artisan's Acuity shuffle in any way, shape, or form in the game means that that entire system was completely, I mean, not completely pointless, but for a lot of people feels like it's entirely pointless. Welcome back. Welcome back, Lilabelle. How's it? Oh, sorry, it's Lolel. I don't know why I threw a B in there. Welcome back. What's up? How's it going? Can you play cross-region? No, you can't play cross-region, annoyingly. I wish you could, because I would much rather play on, well, I don't know if I'd much rather play on EU servers, but I would much rather play on EU servers because of the fact that the time zones would work a lot better for me. I live in an EU time zone, and yeah, but all my progress is on North American servers. But unfortunately, you can't play cross-region, and I doubt that's going to be something that is like anywhere on their radar to do either. But we can always hope and dream that one day that they will combine the regions. Yeah, I mean, heck, just getting global release for raids is something that like with the Race the World First going on right now. By the way, let me know in chat, are you guys watching Race the World First? Are you guys excited about it? But I mean, the number one thing that they could do to make that more competitive is do global release. And despite it being the largest event in World of Warcraft outside of an expansion release, and I mean, sort of ties into the expansion release and a lot of the excitement for the expansion release as well, they still haven't been able to figure out global release. So I think like cross-region play is probably a ways off, but I really do hope they make it happen at some point because it would be really cool. You can do everything cross-server now. You can trade. You can access the auction houses. I mean, not from one character, right? But the a lot of markets are cross region on the auction house, so you will have the same price for like mats and consumables across all of the different servers, and then just things like gear and mounts and stuff like that are specific to that server. But you can easily transfer things with the warbank to other servers if you want to sell it on another server for more gold, for instance. I can just call you Ollie. All right, thanks, Ollie. Spike and Ed, sorry, I missed your message saying that you never see public orders. You miss them if they go fast. So I mean, it looks like they refresh every day at the same time that daily quest reset at like 7 p.m. seems to be, or it's 7 p.m. for me. I think it's 10 a.m. server time for Illidan at least. I don't remember which time zone Illidan is in. Illidan North America is the server I play on. But yeah, whatever time daily quest reset is usually when it'll refresh the patron crafting orders. And yeah, you may just be missing them. For some of the professions, you do also need to have a certain level of skill. It really depends on the profession, but a lot of times you will have patron orders pending for you. You just can't see them because you don't have enough skill. And so if you level up that profession, you'll be able to see them. Deep Lost Satchel. All right, folks, give me 1 second. Actually, you know what? Let's see what we're doing here. Let's take a quick little break. I need to hit the air conditioner. I'm freezing. And then we'll come back and we will do another Bountiful Delve. Or maybe even 2. We may actually, yeah, we'll see what they're like after the reset. All right, see you guys in a few. Hello, gang. We are back and unmuted. Sorry for the extended break there. I was just trying to sort out some tech stuff on the back end, as seems to be the case. Unfortunately, today we have more technical issues than usual, which I know what you're thinking. Adrel, don't we have enough technical issues already on a regular stream? Do you really need to go in and add some more? And you know what? You're probably right. Probably right. But I decided to try and complicate things a little bit further anyway. And so we have more technical issues this stream than even is normal. In any case, welcome back, everyone. We are in the War Within. We're in Khazalgar. We completed a Bountiful Delve, and we did the Awakening the Machine event. At this stage, I'm going to leave it to you guys in chat. Let me know. Should we do another Bountiful Delve? Or should we do some more gold? Should we do some gold making stuff? I feel like this week's content has been pretty light on gold making, and I do call myself a WoW gold streamer, so should probably do more than just open mailboxes. Let me catch up on chat real quick. All right, so Spike and Ed, I think, headed off. Hopefully we get him back later on. Ollie, do you have any recommendations for gold farming? Got max mining on my main. Max mining fundamentals, max bismuth, 86 out of 100 blacksmithing, takes forever to level it up, like halfway enchanting and tailoring on one of my tunes. Do I just keep farming mining nodes and hope for null stones? Honestly, it's up to you. I'll be honest, I'm not a big I'm not big on farming, and so I can't really advise you too much there, just because I haven't done that much of it. I've done more of it. Let me put it this way: I've done more of it this expansion than I have any other expansion. And even then, I haven't maxed out mining or herbalism or anything like that. I've mainly I stuck mining and herbalism on a Drakthir Evoker that I had lying around, and so I've done a little bit of stuff with that. But in terms of blacksmithing, tailoring, and enchanting, yeah, for sure, I have a bunch of tips. Tailoring and enchanting is where I've made the bulk of my gold, but blacksmithing's been a decent earner for me as well. Okay, let's do profession stuff. I see gold in chat. So the choice is the plan is simple, boys. Give me 1 second and we'll get things popping. All right. So let's start with enchanting, and I'll just give you my thoughts on some of the basic builds that work. Remind me, Ollie, was it you who was saying? No, never mind. Sorry. Scroll back through chat. It was Spike and Ed who was disenchanting build, right? Have you spent any of your knowledge points? Because then maybe I can help you sort of put together a build that works for you, as opposed to just telling you what you should do if you have all of your knowledge points available to you. I'm not sure if that would be more or less helpful. But at this stage, it's probably also a good idea for me to... Should we do the mailbox opening? Or should we wait a little bit further in the stream? I suppose now is as good a time as any, but... You spent all of yours? What did you put them into? Because basically, I mean, this is my main enchanter, right? But this is a very high effort build. I spent a lot of time in gold getting to this point, right? My general recommendation would be pick exactly one of these 7 endpoints, right? And just double down on that. I personally have avoided the weapon enchants. None of my characters have maxed out the weapon enchants quite yet. One of them is pretty close, and the rest of the points I get on this guy's are probably going to go into this weapon enchants, but I don't intend to make a bunch of gold with it. I kind of messed up a little bit by going Nerubian, but I still made a bunch of gold with despite going into the Nerubian tree. I think Arathor alterations and accentuated accessories is a great build. Another build that has earned me a decent amount of gold is also going into terrific tools. And that's through the Earth and Enchantments tree. I basically have two enchanters that are focused on actually crafting enchants. I do have another enchanter that's focused entirely on crafting profession equipment, and that's also earned me a good amount of gold. And I have 2 other enchanters that I've gathered all the knowledge points on, but I haven't really decided what to do with on them yet. But I think most likely one of them is probably going to go into weapon oils, and the other one will probably go into finishers, like finishing reagents. And those are mainly for my own consumption, just because I'm using a lot of finishing reagents to increase my margins on a bunch of the items that I'm crafting in bulk, at least. You spent all of yours weaponsmithing max 10 hafted arms to pull. Okay, means of yeah. So for me with blacksmithing, I went with much more of. All right, let's swap over to my banker. We've got about 2 million in gold in this first mailbox, but trust me, there's a lot more in the remaining 375 mails here. We'll open up all this a little bit later, just so we can go over what we sold this. I mean, since Wednesday's stream, basically. But you'll see there's a good mix here of like enchants. And then for blacksmithing, like I said, my main gold makers there have been the razor stones and that the like means of production items. You'll see some armor kits in here as well. You'll see some spell threads. You'll see I just pulled a bunch of spell threads out of the mailbox as well that we need to post up on the auction house. But okay, so if you're in weaponsmithing, I'll be honest, I don't know the blacksmithing tree well enough to do it from memory. If you give me a second here, I'm just going to post these auctions, and then we'll hop over to one of my alts that has blacksmithing, and I'll explain it there. Hello, welcome, Even Santi. Welcome to the stream. How's it going? How does someone get started making gold with professions? Ooh, love it. Okay. I feel like a lot of times I get so caught up in explaining like the more detailed parts of things that I often forget that, like, not that I forget. I guess I often forget that like a lot of people aren't super comfortable with the profession system itself. So I love getting questions like this because it also forces me to like simplify my thinking a lot, which I think is a lot of times like, because the profession system is complicated, I feel like a lot of people think that their approach to it also needs to be complicated, when it really doesn't need to be, right? The simpler you go the simpler you can keep it. You can still make a bunch of gold even with keeping everything super simple. Now, the best way to get started with gold making, I would say, the easiest thing to say is pick up herbalism and mining, right? And just go gather a whole bunch. It's the most basic advice, but it is also hard to argue against, right? Because you can easily, it's the quickest and easiest way to start making 100,000 gold, or initially you'll probably make closer to like 40, 50,000 gold. I think, again, I'm pulling these numbers a little bit out of thin air, not out of thin air, but just based off of what other content creators have created because they've actually spent the time to gather. In my case, hey, Legendarism, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Welcome back. 200K gathered in 1.3 minutes. How'd you manage that? Did you just pull it out of the mailbox? Because then technically, on Wednesday's stream, I pulled 8.6 million gold out of the mailbox in like 2 minutes. In an hour, 30 minutes. Damn, did you get lucky with null stones and null lotuses, or like profane tinderboxes maybe? But even Santi, so basically to start off with, I would say gathering is probably the best way to like get your initial like nest egg. And also, depending on if you hold on to some of those mats, you can also make it a little bit cheaper in terms of just raw gold cost to level up whichever crafting profession you want to go. Now, it really depends on how many characters you have, right? If you have a bunch of characters above level 70, then you can just stick herbalism and mining, let's say, or herbalism and mining are probably the easiest. Skinning, I think, is still a little bit tougher. And you can just keep those professions there. If you only have, let's say, one level 70 or one level 80, right? Then I would go herbalism and mining and see which one you're enjoying more, which one you're making more gold with. And, once you have, let's say I would say 100 to 200,000 gold, which I realize sounds like a lot, but realistically, if you're farming, if you've got a somewhat decent build, you should be able to do that in about an hour or two of farming. You should be able to put that together. At that point, you need to pick a profession. And a lot of times I think people think that like one profession is better than another for gold making, and that's really not the case. Part of the reason for that is just simple economics, right? If there was one profession that was heads and shoulders above other professions for making gold, everyone would flood into that market, and so naturally the other professions would become stronger for gold making, right? That's sort of what happened with engineering, where for almost every expansion, especially Shadowlands, engineering was trashed here for gold making. I don't think I even I don't think I even trained Shadowlands engineering on my engineer and I played a good bit of that expansion. And therefore, in Dragonflight and even in the war within, engineering has been an absolute goldmine just because of the fact that there's not that many people doing it. So you can sort of pick whichever profession you want. It really comes down to personal preference. In terms of a good starter profession, I would find it hard to not recommend tailoring. I think if you don't have a strong preference for anything, then tailoring is a great profession to get into. A, because you gather your own materials, right? Cloth only drops for tailors, or only drops in meaningful quantities for tailors, so you don't need to have another gathering profession in addition to it. Second of all, cloth is pretty cheap, so it won't cost you all that much to level up the profession. Third of all, tailoring has a bunch of different ways you can go with it, right? And so it's very easy to be sort of agile, and if one thing isn't really working out, there's always a bunch of different things you can do with it. Now, I probably have more tailors than I have any other profession, so I can spend some time talking about tailoring. Is tailoring interesting to you, Even Sanity? Oh, I just realized it's Even Sanity. I think I said something weird like Evan Sanity or something. Even Sanity. Yeah, is tailoring something that's exciting to you? If so, I can talk a little bit more about it. With 3 accounts. All right, fair enough. Tailor is good for weaving cooldowns. Passive endgame money making, better than all professions. At the end, you want alchemy and tailor and more alts. Honestly, I mean, the way the concentration system works is whatever profession you have, you'll be able to make. There's a base level of gold you can make with every single profession simply because of the concentration system, right? Tailoring and alchemy, it depends. It depends. I'm not sure if Goldson is still with us in the chat, but he has something like 86 alts and he's stuck alchemy and tailoring on all of them, right? Tailoring, I think he's been doing okay with. Alchemy, he went the thaumaturgy route, which is A, very, very complicated, and B, isn't it hasn't been working out for him from what I've seen. I, on the other hand, I've stuck tailoring on a bunch of different alts, but I actually am not even doing my cloth cooldowns. I agree with you, Legendarism, that it is a good source of gold, but that's not even the main way that, I've not made any gold off of the cloth cooldowns at all, which is why I think it's probably interesting. It should hopefully be a little bit interesting for me to talk about it. Oh, sorry, wait, you guys can see the TikTok live chat here, right? The problem is I can't, minimize this thing. Okay, I think this should work, but we'll see. We'll see. I have made millions. Yeah, selling the spell threads for sure. All right, Even Sanity. I'll come back to tailoring in a second. Let me just catch up on chat. What's up, Seek? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Starting with your typical intro. Welcome. Have they not fixed the bug yet? Where did you get your weekly reset yet? Or have they at least replied to your ticket? I mean, let's be honest, they probably haven't replied to your ticket. It's probably pointless for me to ask about that. I've made millions with tailoring, selling the spell thread. Yeah, I've definitely made a couple of million at least with spell threads alone. But there's a lot of other things that I've been doing with tailoring as well, right? It really comes down to your play. It comes down to a couple of different things, right? It comes down to your play style. It comes down to how many knowledge points you have, how much gold you have. I think those are the main things, right? And also what you want to do, right? Ultimately, if you're not enjoying, if you don't feel cool doing whatever you're doing, you're probably not going to make that much gold because you're just not going to do it, or you're going to burn out on, right? But with tailoring, there's a couple of different approaches you can go, a couple different approaches that I've gone. Now, one of my characters has super focused on profession equipment. And the nice thing about tailoring is that there isn't a talent tree specific to crafting profession equipment. And if you're not familiar, basically profession equipment is this gear here, right? Every primary profession has a profession tool and then 2 profession accessories. And there's green versions of this, which are crafted. They're all crafted by different professions. There's green versions and there's blue versions. The green versions you can... Oh, sorry, gang. Give me 1 second. Something is wonky with... Give me a second here. technical issues, always fun, always fun. Sorry, give me, what the heck does this say? It's detected that the live chat didn't appear on your screen in the past 2 minutes. The hell does that mean? Dude, TikTok is so confusing. We're trying something new, but Lord knows it is an absolute menace to try and understand how on earth this works. Spyware. Give me 1 second. What the heck is going on? You aren't allowed to use it at work? Fair enough. Fair enough. Dude, their interface is so confusing. Live studio monitor live. Why does dude, their interface makes no sense. Plus live studio. Well, I think we're in live studio. Sorry, folks. Give me 1 sec. I know we said we wouldn't try and mess around with any more tech stuff on today's stream, but all right, screw it. It's fine. We'll do what we're doing. All right, apologies. You will be able to see the TikTok chat on screen, I guess. I don't know if that's a problem. Hopefully Twitch doesn't mind that. In any case, they aren't gonna fix it. You have less knowledge points than you're supposed to have. Well, I mean, the cool thing is that they've added the catch-up system in, right? So even if you are behind on knowledge points, the way the patron order system works is you will get more patron crafting orders that will allow you to catch up to anyone who did anything super sweaty to get all their knowledge points. I don't know if it's tuned. I don't know how it's tuned. I don't know if it's going to get you to exactly the same point that you would have been, if you had kept on top of everything. I'm guessing you'll still be a little bit behind, but it doesn't really matter because there was an exploit that people were doing anyway. So even if you had done everything within the terms of service, you wouldn't have been able to do it. Did you read the fix? All right, let me open this. I'm going to open it on my iPad just in case there's anything dodgy on it. Don't want to get the boot from Twitch. Dude, updated 1 hour ago. My character is bugged. I cannot start the weekly quest on my main. Weekly quests haven't reset at all, and neither have coffer keys. Can't do theater or awakening the machine. Our developers have fixed the issue that was causing the problem. The next weekly reset should reset all weekly activities appropriately. We apologize for the inconvenience. Dude, what the frick? Wow. I mean, that is the most Blizzard response of all time. That's so goofy. How dude, how do they even post that without like someone punching them in the face? I probably shouldn't say that, should I? You're so mad. Dude, I would be too. I get it. That's weird as hell, man. That's super messed up. Especially if you're like in a progression game. Dude, what if you're PvPing? Like, there's so many things. That is absolutely wild, though. That their solutions literally, just wait till next reset. It'll be fine. Hey, thank you for the follow, Even Sanity. Yeah, I'm pissed off for you, Seek. That's really, really annoying. And it's also terrible of Blizzard to just like the response is equally bad, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing, is like it's one thing that the issue existed to begin with. That already put you behind by a couple of days, right? I am curious to find out if it impacted any of the like race to world first people, but I guess they have so many alts that it doesn't really matter. Is it all of your characters or is it just your main? Like, is it impacting any of your other characters, or is it literally just your main that's impacted by this? I mean, look, it sucks either way. It's a sucky thing to have happen, and it's an absolutely god awful response from Blizzard. But I suppose at least it's like a degree better in some way, shape, or form if it doesn't impact your alts, I guess, because then at least you can progress on those. Even though, like, I mean, that's still nonsense, right? Like, they don't charge you your subscription per character. Although I probably shouldn't say that on stream, because Lord knows Blizzard may. There's like an intern at Activision jotting that down. Like, yeah, we could start charging per character. So I take it back. That's it's legally impossible for them to be able to do that. Thank you for reminding me to do my patron orders, by the way. Oh, sorry, I was talking about tailoring, wasn't I? Even Sanity. Yeah. So do you have like a path that you want to go down? Because then I can probably talk more about that. Shuffle's hooking us up with some sick beats today. Super no idea. Okay, so let me start off with something super simple, and then we can talk about other builds. Maybe that's the easier way to go about it. So this chick, I mean, basically with every character that I stick professions on, my goal by and large is to have one thing that they're very good at. I do mess up on that sometimes. And I do end up getting I do end up getting confused myself, or like getting overly ambitious and trying to do more things on that one character. And a lot of times it doesn't work out. So I would say pick ideally one item, and then all you're going to do is basically figure out how you craft that item in the most profitable way possible. So in the case of this chick, her whole thing is just crafting these sunset spell threads. Right, like I said, I've not been on top of using my concentration. You can see that almost all my characters are maxed out on concentration. Do not do this. It's a terrible idea. You should be using your concentration. This number here should be more or less as close to 0 as possible at all times, right? I've just been sort of dumb about it, and maybe we'll spend some time on today's stream also actually using up my concentration. Yeah, maybe we'll do that, because it'll give me a chance to walk you guys through what's going on with all my different characters in any case. But okay, so she specialized purely in crafting spell threads. Now, the first thing I'll say is you're probably going to need to download some add-ons. Can you do this stuff without add-ons? Sure, but you'll need a spreadsheet. You'll need to really spend a lot of time understanding things, and it's just not, for me at least, it's not worth it. I would say download Craft Sim. It will do all the number crunching for you and make your life a lot easier. So there's a great add-on. It's called Craft Sim. All of these windows that you see here, all these black and white windows, are all Craft Sim, right? You do not need to have nearly this much information up. I have basically all of their windows checked, right? Because I'm a nerd and I like looking at stats. You don't get overwhelmed. It doesn't need to be that complicated. The basic windows that you need, realistically speaking, are probably this top gear one is simple enough. You set what your goal is. It should almost always be top profit, and it will just tell you if you have the right equipment in slot to make you the most gold, or if you should swap it out. What I mean by that is your profession tool can basically have different stats on it. Right? Are you familiar at all with the like secondary stats for profession crafting? Because of course you have the main one, which is skill, right? Which has stayed the same throughout. The only difference is now that your profession equipment and your profession tool give you plus skill as well. But other than that, I think skill is fairly simple to understand, right? There's a couple of other crafting secondary stats that I can quickly touch on as well. But let me know in chat if you're interested in that, or if you know what those entail. Okay. Give me 1 second. Let me hit my air conditioner, and I will come back and explain everything. All right, we're back. So let's go down the list of crafting stats. I think this is as good an example as any. Now, the way the new crafting profession system works is every recipe has a difficulty level, all right? So in the case of the Sunset Spell Thread, that recipe difficulty is 605. Now, what that means is if you want to craft this at the highest quality, which is for this item a rank 3, you would need to basically come up with 605 skill. Now, I know what you're thinking. I can only get tailoring to 100 skill, so how on earth am I supposed to get the rest of that skill? Well, first of all, of course, you'll get 100 points just by leveling the profession. If you get the green equipment, you'll get another 18 points from the profession equipment itself. It doesn't matter what quality you have these items at, you'll still get the same amount of skill. The quality on this profession equipment will only impact the secondary stats. So you ideally want it as high of a level as possible, but it's going to make a couple golds worth of difference, not be the difference generally between something being profitable and non-profitable, if that makes sense. All right. So skill comes from your actual skill in the profession, from the equipment, and then, and most importantly, from spending knowledge points in whichever specialization, right? The nice thing is Craft Sim has this great little window called specialization info that will tell you at a recipe level which talent points will give you skill or other benefits to this recipe. So you'll see for Sunset Spell Thread, right, it has these listed. But if I change it to like Duskweave Bolt, you'll see some of these change around, right? If I change it to Gloves of the Woven Dusk, or if I change it to, some of the gear, you'll see these keep changing. And so it's at a glance, I can see where I need to spend skill points to get more skill to craft this at a higher level. All right. You'll also get some skill depending on the level of materials you use. So if you use higher quality materials, you'll basically get more skill from that as well. And by and large, the rule of thumb is in the War Within, in order to be able to guarantee craft this at the highest level, you would need to have all the knowledge points invested in the correct trees. You would have to have all of the blue tools, and you would have to use rank 3 materials. You can get past that by a couple of different systems, and we'll come to those in a second as well. Like I will touch on those as well. But basically, that's a general rule of thumb. To guarantee these at rank 3, you're probably going to have to use rank 3 materials, and you're probably going to have all of your knowledge points invested, as well as have blue profession tools. All right. It's not the case for 100% of recipes. There are some recipes that have a lower recipe difficulty, so it's feasible to do it without that. And I will talk about that as well, because that is what I have done with some of my characters. I have found little ways around that. But fundamentally, that's how that works. All right. The next thing we see here is called concentration. And concentration is basically a resource Think of it like a mana pool, right? It's just it regens much slower than your mana would, of course. It basically regens at about one concentration every 6 minutes, I think it is. And so basically, I think it's, unless I've got that backwards. Yeah, I think it's 10 concentration every, as you guys can tell, I have not been using concentration nearly enough. But basically, you'll regen all of your concentration in about 3.5 days. So I think it's what is it? It's 1,000 divided by. It'll take you 100 hours to regen all of your concentration. So yeah, it's what is it? Is it 60 an hour? Either way, you regen your concentration. It takes roughly 100 hours to go from 0 to 1,000. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is 1 per 6 minutes. Is roughly the thing. It doesn't matter. It takes a while to regen. But the point is, you don't have to do anything. It will just naturally regen. Like it'll regenerate whenever you're not capped on it. That's the other reason that you never want this to be at 1,000 out of 1,000, because that means you're basically wasting it, because if you had already spent it, you would be regenning it instead, right? What concentration allows you to do is make up the gap between what your current skill is, from your materials, from your skill, from your profession equipment, from your knowledge points, to craft the item at the next quality. So in the case of this, right, I can guarantee craft it at rank 2, or I can use up concentration, right, 215 concentration to guarantee it at rank 3, where you'll see the profit margins jump up a whole bunch. Now the concentration system is really cool because, as you can see, I could go into an item that I have barely any skill in, right, that I haven't really invested any time in at all, but I can still craft it at a much higher level using super cheap materials. I can't do it as often, but I can still do it, and my margins are going to be higher for those few items than someone else who is guaranteeing them at rank 3, right? Who can guarantee that they can craft these, but they're going to have to use rank 3 materials, or you're going to have to use more expensive materials, and so their profit margin is going to be smaller, right? So that's also that's one of the reasons why the concentration system is as cool as it is, because it does allow people who don't spend as much time on professions or don't, min-max things as much to still make a good amount of gold, right? I can use rank 1 materials and have a lot less skill in this, and twice, like every other day or so, I can make myself about 4,000 gold profit just by using up my concentration. And you can see here that we'll come to that, right? Concentration, extremely powerful. Concentration directly translates into gold. Whatever profession you have, there will be something that you can use your concentration on to guarantee that you make that gold at some point, right? That's not how it's worked in the World of Warcraft in the past, right? Most often with a lot of professions, there was just no actual way to make gold. Concentration sort of means that there will always be a way to make a decent amount of gold. Decent is relative, I suppose, but to make some amount of gold, right, as a profit. All right, the next one we have is resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is pretty simple. It basically refunds you some of the crafting materials. So what that means is, I need 8 Duskweave bolts to craft this. If my resourcefulness is higher, let's say it's at 13%. I mean, these are all made up numbers. Craft Sim, the add-on I'm talking about, will do all that math for you. But basically, you would have a 12% chance to have some of these materials refunded. A good example is this: the Weaver Cloth bolt bandage, right? It only has one material, the Weaver Cloth bolt. What this basically means is that 12% of the time that I craft this item, I will get back my Weaver Cloth bolt. And so that also doesn't add to your profit as such. It just means that your crafting cost sort of becomes a little bit lower, because 12% of the time, you're basically not even going to use up the materials that you use to craft the item in the first place, which is great, right? We have crafting speed, which is fairly self-explanatory. It's it's more of a quality of life thing. It's not going to make you any more gold outside of very rare cases where if you were, crafting 1,000 of an item, and you know that you can craft 1,000 of them per item, you have like 75% crafting speed. You can now craft 1,500 of them in an hour. That's really the only case in which it could make you a little bit more gold, but by and large, I wouldn't really consider it. I wouldn't worry about it for gold making. I would literally pick any other stat. The next one we have is the most powerful of all of the crafting stats. It's called multi-craft. And basically what multi-craft does is it increases your chance to have more of the resulting item. So these Weaver Cloth bandages, 9% of the time that I craft these, I'll use up the same amount of mats, but I will actually get, anywhere from 1 to 6 extra bandages. So that is extremely, extremely powerful, right? That's how you can really, really make stupid amounts of gold with some of these crafts. And that's what I attribute a lot of my gold making to, if I'm being honest here. Because I just jack up my multi-craft as high as I can possibly get it. And so as a result, for someone else, they buy the materials for let's say 10 of these bandages, right? And they craft 10 bandages. For me, I buy the materials and I craft 10 bandages, but there's a good chance that I end up with like 12 or 13 of them, right? Depending on the profession, depending on whatever else, it may be higher. That's extremely powerful because now essentially I can compete at a lower price because of the fact that for the same amount of materials, I got a lot more product out of it. So multi-craft is extremely powerful. The only catch is, well, there's a couple. First of all, multi-craft doesn't apply for all crafts, right? Certain things like equipment and enchants, you can't, multi-craft does nothing for them. So if you craft, I don't know, pants, right? You're not going to have a chance of crafting 2 of the pants. Like that's not going to happen. It's mainly for consumables, things like spell threads. You'll have it on there, right? You'll have it on things like bolts or bandages, a lot of materials, finishing reagents, that kind of thing as well, right? But multi-craft, if the item you're crafting has multi-craft, you want as much multi-craft as humanly possible, or as is possible for you to get. At least that's the way I do things, right? The last secondary crafting stat is ingenuity, and ingenuity is a stat that I'm not completely sold on. But if you're going into what ingenuity does, is it basically gives you a chance of refunding your concentration when you use concentration. So for something like this, if I was to use up my concentration, there's a 6% chance that I will get 50% of the concentration I spend back. Now that could be very powerful. I know there are some gold makers who really rely on that. I haven't really bought into it too much. I'm as you guys can see, I'm not using my concentration at all. And so having a bunch of ingenuity wouldn't really help me, but it could be very powerful, and I'm not going to try and discount the value of it. I think Goldzin may have left us, but otherwise he's a big fan of it in the chat usually. All right, that's more or less it in terms of the crafting stats. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to cover in there. Was that a good enough explanation? Did that sort of cover things? Okay, sick. Makes a lot of sense, you're saying. All right. Now, another thing that's probably worth knowing about... it's probably worth mentioning. There's also these items called finishing reagents, right? And basically, those are these 2 slots here. Depending on what you're crafting, you may have... you may have them locked. You may have them unlocked. You may have 2 slots. You may have 1 slot. You may have none, right? Something like this only has 1 slot. Right? And finishing reagents basically just allow you to sort of help those stats a little bit. An example is, let's go back to these spell threads, right? I can use a finishing reagent like this one, which will increase my chance to gain a skill point on this item. I can use one that will reduce the amount of concentration I use, or as you may have put together, The most powerful one is this one that gives me more multi-craft, right? And you can see here, I would make a 5% loss on this item if I or a 12% loss rather on this item if I just crafted it with these materials, right? But if I stick one of these finishing reagents on, that gives me a lot more multi-craft. Depending on what price I'm able to get them at, I may be able to turn that around. And I might, instead of making a 12% loss, I'll make a 6% loss in this case. Not a great example. I mean, this is a much better example, right? So this spell thread, if I don't use concentration, or if I do use concentration, right? So basically I can make myself a nice little 53% profit by sticking one of these finishing reagents on. I can increase that to 63%, or if I use this one, even 65%, right? And so that's the first sort of slot that you have for finishing reagents is an actual finishing reagent like that. The other thing you have is also this thing called Artisan's Authenticity, which will basically just give you bonus skill. We don't need to spend a lot of time on that. The main times that this is useful, first of all, you'll get these from your patron crafting orders. But the main time this is useful is if you're very close to being able to guarantee something at rank 3. So as an example, right, this character, if they don't use any concentration, they're about 40 skills short of being able to guarantee this at rank 3. As a result, I can use a finishing reagent like this one, and now I can guarantee it at rank 3. Yeah, I mean, there's some other, specialist cases where you may want to use one of these items because if it can save you using more expensive mats, then, there are a bunch of more complicated ways to use this, but I think high level, that's sort of all you really need to know as such. The other reason that I highly recommend CraftSim is because it has the simulation mode, right? And so what that allows you to do is, without having to spend your knowledge points, you can sort of simulate, look, I have 20 knowledge points. Is it going to benefit me more to stick them in here and max out this tree? How much of a difference does that make to my profit, right? What rank will I be able to guarantee it at? What will my profit margins look like? Should I use rank 2 materials? Should I use rank 3 materials? Should I use, is it better for me to use the multi-craft reagent? Is it better for me to not? Is it better for me to use, the item that costs 5,000 gold but gives me 20 bonus skill? Does it save me more in mats, or does it allow me to craft it at the next level or whatever like that, right? It can allow you to simulate things like, certain professions have buffs now, which adds another complication. The reason I like tailoring is that you don't have a crafting buff as such, so you don't need to worry about it. Things like enchanting, blacksmithing, engineering, your profits can be made or lost just simply based off of whether or not you have a crafting buff up, which is a little stressful because I often forget to put the buffs up and end up crafting a whole bunch of items at a lot less profit than I should be making. Yeah, is that sort of clear? Did the finishing reagents kind of make sense? Makes a lot of sense. Okay, sick. Thank you. I'm glad I'm making sense. All right. Now, when it comes to figuring out what you want to craft, first things first, I would go ahead and download CraftSim, right? You will need to have one of 4 of these add-ons. I would say probably the simplest one is going to be just Auctionator. And you'll download Auctionator. You'll need to run a little scan every time you log on. Or every few hours, depending on your playstyle. So let me show you that interface real quick. But basically, you'll come when you open up the auction house, you'll have this little button that says Auctionator, and you will click on this tab. You'll hit full scan, and it'll take a couple of minutes, and it will basically pull data for every single item that's available on the auction house, which will then populate all these numbers for you, right? At that point, I would take whatever profession you have, think of an item that you think may be profitable. The other option you have is you can check this little recipe scan button here, right? And that'll pull up this window right here, this one right here. And what you'll do is you'll select the profession you're interested in. You'll come over to scan options. It should default to expansions The War Within, but you can double check that. And what I would do is I would go with optimize reagents. Profit, relative profit is up to you. And I would check this include not learn button. Now what that will do is basically you can choose whether or not you want to craft gear, right? Optimize profession tools, sort of, it depends on what you're doing. Optimize sub recipes, you can definitely do. It just will crush your computer. I know that because I have a 14th, 15th generation i7 with like 32 gigs of RAM, and my computer still dies. But basically you'll hit the scan recipes button and it will look at every single recipe that's available within the profession, whether or not you have it learned or not, and tell you how much potential gold you could make off of it. All right. That's probably going to be a good starting point to figure out where you want to go. That said, of course, it will give you some data. I wouldn't blindly go on the data. Things like gear, a lot slower sales. Profession equipment or like actual like PvE, PvP gear, whatever it is. The sales are gonna be a lot slower, and you're probably gonna have to repost them a good amount of times, right? On the other hand, something like spell threads, you'll be able to sell them a lot quicker, but they sell on the region-wide auction house, so the competition is a lot fiercer, and so you may have to cancel, like you may have to post them. You'll get undercut, you'll cancel the auction, pull them out of the mailbox, and post them back up. So you will need to spend a little bit more time on selling them, but you'll be able to sell a lot more of them idly, especially if you're playing during peak hours or anything like that. All right. Once you've figured out what item you want to make, your next protocol is going to be figuring out how many knowledge points you can get. Now, to figure out, how you're doing, I would recommend grabbing this weak aura right here. Let me drop a link to it in chat just because it's super, super useful. There's also another add-on called Weekly Knowledge that functions pretty similarly, right? Can I pull a link from here? I don't think I can. Let me grab the link to this. All right. So that weak aura will basically tell you, what are all the one-time sources. There's knowledge point treasures. There's a bunch of other things like that that will give you more knowledge points. You'll basically need to pick a spec, right? And again, I would use CraftSim to figure out which spec you want to pick first. Play around with it. Spend a bunch of time, testing out different things through this so that you're not doing it with your actual knowledge points, and so you don't regret it later on. Because Lord knows, at the start of Dragonflight, I definitely did a lot of that before we had add-ons like CraftSim that allowed you to simulate all this. And I spent many weeks very upset by some of the choices that I made. But high level for tailoring, I'll give you a couple of the builds that I'm running, and maybe one of those strikes your interest. One of them is just crafting this green profession equipment, right? I always say the best way to make money during a gold rush isn't panning for gold yourself. It's selling shovels and buckets to the people who are planning on mining for gold, right? And so profession equipment meets that need exactly, right? Everyone who's buying this profession equipment is planning on using it to make more gold than they're spending on it. So they're willing to pay a decent bit of gold for it because they're going to use it to make more gold, presumably, right? Or at least that's what they think they're going to do. And so margins are typically, it depends server to server, right? So I definitely check these numbers for your server. But the other interesting thing here is that because of the fact that we have warbanks now, it's very easy to just create a level 10 alt, like through an allied race on another server. Use the warbank, right, to transfer. Oh, we have the wrong screen up. It's very easy to transfer items to another server and list them on that auction house instead. You can use a tool like, what is it? The Undermine Journal, or the Saddlebag Exchange is a bit more complicated. But I would say it's something like the Undermine Journal to see what server those items are selling for at a better margin potentially than your server if you're interested in doing something like that, right? But profession equipment is great. The way it works for tailoring is that you actually kind of get the double dip, because basically what you'll do is you will go into the Threads of Devotion tree. You only really need to go 5 points into this, right? And then depending on, there's two types of profession equipment basically that tailors craft. There's robe, like there's chest pieces, basically robes, right? Which is like the alchemist's robe, the tailor's coat, right? Yeah, I think those are basically the main ones. And to basically get more skill in those, what you'll need to do is basically put points into making better robes, right? And so the way you want to approach this is you want to work your way from the like most niche thing up this way. The problem is that you'll need to spend a certain amount of points in this first node to even unlock these nodes. And so essentially what I would do is I would look here, how many points do I need to put in here to unlock the subspecialization? So I would put 5 points in here first. If I wanted to focus on the robes, right? I'd put 5 points in here, unlock this specialization node. This one, luckily, you don't need to actually put any knowledge points in here at all to unlock the next node. So you can just straight away unlock robes. Then I would put, my next 20 points, I would put first in maxing out robes and then work my way backwards. The reason you want to do that is because the more niche the node is, the more skill and the more stats it's probably going to give you for crafting all that specific item, right? You'll see with this. Actually, we can see it right from here. With Threads of Devotion, you would need to invest about 30 points and you'd get about 55 skill off of it. Whereas with hats, you would invest 20 skill points to get about 55 skill instead. So it pays off a lot more for your hat if you want to craft hats to max out this tree first and then come back to Threads of Devotion, right? Because you're just going to get less skill for your per knowledge point. Similarly with tailoring, there's also profession hats that you craft. And for those, you would come into the hat tree, right? You'd max out hats and work your way back. Same sort of thing, right? You'd mainly, for hats, for this profession equipment, as I mentioned, you can't use multi-craft. And so your main stat would be resourcefulness. You'd want your tool to have resourcefulness. You'd want to enchant this tool with resourcefulness ideally, right? And beyond that, you'd want to look at whichever other tree, like knowledge point trees, once you've maxed out, the skills requirement for them, you'd then want to look at other trees that give you resourcefulness, all right? And so that's sort of how you would build a profession equipment crafting setup, right? And I have made a bunch of gold with profession equipment. Unfortunately, Trade Skill Master isn't really showing me great logs for it. I'm trying to think if this should give us a rough estimate. If we come to Auction House, Weaver Cloth. Here's an example, right? Just the gardening hat, right? Which is just one of the profession equipments. I've made about 435,000 gold off of. And I haven't been doing this as actively as I should be, right? That isn't even going to be one of the bigger ones. The alchemist's robe, about 130,000 gold, right? Chef's hat, 242,000 gold. Tailor's coat, about 76,000 gold. A large amount, right? There's a lot of potential there. And that is a market that's going to stay fairly active throughout the expansion. Is it going to be as crazy as it was week 1? Probably not. But it'll still be a very stable gold earner, right? And if you are planning on leveling alts to stick professions on them, it's kind of a no-brainer to do this anyway, just so you can craft your own profession equipment cheaper for yourself, right? Which is the main reason that I went for this build on my first tailor, right? You do have the option of going into crafting some of this other profession equipment. It's mainly, then you're more reliant on crafting orders, which I'm not as much of a fan of, because you just have to spend a lot of time in trade chat, advertising, and doing customer service and stuff like that, which isn't as scalable. I would much rather craft 20 of an item, stick them up on the auction house, and let them sell, right? Yeah. All right, that said, I'm going to take a quick little break here. We'll come back and look at a couple more builds. And heck, we may also actually start doing something on one of my other alts. Even Sanity, let me know if this is helping you out, by the way. First of all, let me know if you're still watching. Okay, there we go. Get some water. Yep, got my water bottle right here. This is awesome. Well, I'm glad it's helping you. Hopefully this is helpful for yourself and for others as well, if anyone else is watching as well. All right, let's take a quick little break. We'll come back and talk about a couple more builds. But yeah, I feel like I wanted to give you at least one very clear, easy to get into build, right? The mats for these green crafting profession equipment is pretty cheap, right? I mean, just as an example, this chick isn't spec'd for it. I don't have my profession equipment crafter logged in, so I can't show you easily. But I mean, let's pretend, you know, we were spec'd into this. You can see that the alchemist's robe alone, right? I'm able to make about an 89% profit on each item, which is sick as heck. And these each cost me 368 gold to craft, right? And this is because I play on Illidan, North America, which is one of the biggest servers in the world, so the competition's a lot higher. If I transfer this over, if I use the Warbank to transfer this to another realm, I can easily sell these for 5, 10, even 20,000 gold. And so that's what I would definitely recommend doing if you're doing something like profession equipment. Okay, let's take a quick break and we'll come back and look at some more builds. All right, if you're enjoying the content, consider dropping a sub if you think I've earned it, right? Yeah, and check out all the things. All right, see you guys in a few. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, and we are back. What's up? How's it going? Everyone still here? What did I miss? What did I miss? Ooh, even Sanity with the tier 1. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Yippee. I'm glad that the info's useful. Here I thought I was collecting absolutely pointless information, but it seems like it's helping someone. So happy to see that that's the case. I see we have Ollie still in chat, or at least we had Ollie still in chat. Customer service is not your jam. Yeah, and I don't know why, but people can be pretty rude in game. The add-on is called Craft Sim. Let me drop a link to that as well. I should probably make a little chat bot for the add-ons, because I do talk about these add-ons a lot. There you go. Maybe you're dumb, so this all seems complicated. No, the system is very complicated. Keep in mind, the reason I'm as comfortable with this as I am is because I spent all the time understanding it during Dragonflight, and so the War Within is just like an improved version of a lot of those systems. But trust me, it took a lot of time and energy and effort to learn them the first time around in Dragonflight. And even the War Within does play quite a bit differently than the way the profession system existed in Dragonflight. So no, and it's not, I don't think Blizzard has a way to really explain it as well as you really need to, as it needs to be explained, like to do it justice, I guess. But I'm so glad that you asked me these questions, because like I said, I think a lot of times I just assume that a lot of other people who are interested in gold making kind of understand the systems, not necessarily at the same level that I do potentially, but like are familiar with the basics. And so I'm really glad that I am actually laying it all out, because it's all so insightful for myself to figure it out. And I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm gonna probably edit up the recording of this stream and put together a little YouTube video out of it as well, just so that there's like a permanent resource and people don't necessarily have to come watch live for me to explain this. So thank you so much, Even Sanity. Hey, Master Louis is here. What's up? How's it going? Sup, cousin? Hey, I got a haircut. And I redid my beard. Do I look more or less like your cousin now? What are we feeling? But okay, so we covered the profession. It still looks scary similar. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I just look like the generic brown guy with a beard. Which is why I end up looking like a lot of people. All right, but let's come to some of the other builds as well, because there is a lot of cool things that you can do with tailoring, right? The next tree that we'll look at, you're working on getting your blue tool for enchanting. I am up to, well, right now I was just doing a very basic high level overview of the crafting professions, like the crafting profession systems. Even Sanity was asking for an ELI5, and that's what we're doing right now. And I'm also talking through, like we did that basic overview, and now we're basically just going through some of the different tailoring builds. We covered the green, like a profession crafting build, which I think is a great starting build, to generate some quick cash, and I think is a nice and cheap market to get into. That can also scale really well, because you basically only need one character to have this, after which realistically there's nothing stopping you from crafting like 100 of each of these items, right? And then listing 5 at a time on a bunch of different servers. And you don't need to do any leveling, you don't need to do anything for that. All you need to do is unlock your warbank, dump 100 of these items in there, create, allied race alts on every single other server, pull 5 out of the warbank and post them up there. That's literally what I'm doing with my profession equipment. I've not been spending as much time as I should be on it, but let's pull Journalator back up here. And if we come to buy character, you'll see here. Out of the total 32 million gold that I've sold in the past month, right? If I just take out Illidan, which is my main server, you'll see here that about 1.8 million gold is sales that have happened on other servers. And that's despite the fact that I will maybe check on these characters, right? All these characters are level 10 alts that I literally created just to do this. And if you create something like a Volpera, you get bonus bag space plus what do you call it? You start right in Orgrimmar. So you literally spawn right next to an auction house, a mailbox, and the bank. So it wouldn't take you more than 5 minutes to create the character, run them over to the auction house, pull the items out of the bank, and post them on the auction house. And that's that. 32 million per month is wild. I mean, it's not bad. I honestly this wasn't even me really trying to make a bunch of gold. That's just sort of making content has sort of just led to that. I probably could have pushed a lot harder and made a lot more if I really wanted to. And maybe I will. I am kind of thinking that I may set like a new target just for the streams as well, so that we have something that we're working towards. But yeah, I mean, yeah. 12 million ain't a lot. I could have done much better. I mean, considering the amount of hours that I've been spending playing the game and streaming and stuff like that. I mean, in the past month alone, I think I streamed like... I streamed 3 times a week for about 4 to 7 hours. So what is that? Like, in a month, that would be like... I've definitely spent a lot more than 100 hours in the past month, if we're being real. I could have done better. Well, I mean, because a lot of people did, right? I'm not complaining. Do a 30-day challenge, see how much you can make, and make a clickbait video out of it. Low-key, yeah, I'm low-key tempted. Some crafter made your blue 2 rank 3. Yeah, that kind of sucks, because the thing is also, if you use crappy materials to craft the tool to begin with, you would probably have to recraft it like 3 or 4 times with rank 3 materials in order to ever get it to rank 5, even using concentration and all that jazz, which kind of sucks. Is that mostly because of the new expansion launch? Yeah, primarily, yeah. Well, I mean, that, and because of the fact that I've been spending a lot of time playing the game because I've been streaming, and because with the new expansion, I've just been spending a lot of time in the game. But I mean, the rate I'm making gold at right now, I can definitely see going for quite a while. Funny how the argument for being able to send gold / items from one alt to another on a different server just went out the window with Warband. Yeah, I mean, was there an argument? Like, were people upset about it? Actually, it's silly of me to ask that, because if there's anything that exists in the world these days, there's an argument about it somewhere online. So I can imagine that was probably there was probably someone upset about that. That is the least surprising thing I could possibly hear, I suppose. 4 48-hour streams, Seek. I've been considering doing something like a subathon. But I feel like I need more average viewers before it would kind of really be fun. But hey, you know what I will do for you, Seek? I will. Where's my little? Actually, let me check my calendar for the weekend. Because tomorrow I know I'm super busy. I've got like brunch, and then I've got like dinner and a bunch of other stuff. Oh, dude, I did the energy drink earlier in the stream. Seek, you weren't here. We already did an energy drink. I'll cover up the name so that you guys don't think that this is another sponsored stream. But yeah, we already did an energy drink. All right, I need to catch up on chat. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I was saying I'm going to throw this offer back on the table. Right? If we get 2 more subs this stream, I'll stream on Sunday as well. Which will help us get closer to your goal, Seek. Your main tune is blacksmithing. Do you think a multi-crafting alloy build would be a good angle? It could be. It definitely could be. There's a guy called Zanzerful. No, not Zanzerful. I don't remember who. One of the content creators did create a video about crafting alloys. I'll be honest, I haven't really dipped my toes into that market just yet. I can show you the build that I've run on my blacksmith. There's two builds that I've done so far for blacksmithing, both that have earned me a lot of gold. Let's hop over to this guy, and I'll show you the like weapon stone build that I went with, which is the one that I'm having more fun with. But again, with blacksmithing, you can make a lot of gold with the profession equipment, and again, it scales really well because you only need that one character, and you can craft like 100 of those items and just start listing them on all of the different as many servers as you want, really. You do a 5-minute farm. You do a farm for 5 minutes, get a drop that is worth 5K, and then multiply it by 12, and that is your gold per hour for a clickbait video. that is freakishly accurate. That can work out when the bismuth is cheap enough and you have decent multi-craft. Yeah. So I'm guessing you're saying for the alloy build, right? There were talks about it when they added the possibility to play dungeons faction-wide. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, like, at this stage, it's weird that we can do most things cross-faction, but then there's still some weird things that you can't do. Technically, you could always trade things cross-faction if they were BOE, because you could simply list them on the Gadgets A and auction house, and you would do it at a time. Like, I mean, I'm talking way back in vanilla, right? When you had the neutral auction house, you would just find a time at which no one was online, and you'd transfer it then. Wired, am I seeming wired? See, could you tell that I had an energy drink earlier on? I feel like you're very good at picking up on that. White can, best can, yeah, for sure. That flavor of inconspicuous branded energy drink. Yeah, well, I mean, because I had an energy drink on stream a couple streams ago, and I was like, oh, this beverage is pretty good, and a bunch of people in chat thought that I was sponsored by him, and I was like, well, no, because a bunch of people were also like, oh, I'm gonna go grab one of those, and I was like, well, if you're gonna buy them, then I should probably start probably hold out until someone kicks me some cash for that, right? Like, what are we doing here? People were afraid sending server stuff server wide would inflate the auction house. I mean, Ollie, to be honest with you, that was always a thing. I know because I'd looked into it. Essentially, once you had the WoW token, and even before you had the WoW token, right? If server transfers exist, there were a lot of people who would do just that. Before you could cross realm trade, there were people who would make gold by doing that. You could always do it with pets, right? Because the pets were always region-wide, so that was one easy way. That was one, I wouldn't say easy because it was a little tough, but that was one way that people would transfer gold between servers, right? You would buy a super expensive or a super cheap pet on one server, right? Cage it, like add it to the log, and then transfer it over that way. That aside, I remember not at the beginning of Dragonflight, but I think during Shadowlands, people would craft like maybe 100 or 1,000 legendaries on their home server. And then they just use tokens to buy server transfers and transfer like a character that they didn't care that much about to another server and sell all of those there. And then they just have to wait until, the cooldown went, or they'd have another alt that they'd server transfer back to get the gold back on their main server. It was always possible. They just reduced the barrier to entry, which I think is what probably annoyed people who were making gold by doing that, because they now aren't the only ones who can do that. So on the whole, I think it's a better change for the game as a whole, and I think it's a better change for markets as a whole as well. Because I didn't always play on Illidan. I used to play on an RP PvP server. I transferred a bunch of my characters over to Illidan because the market was just so crap on that server. This was before we even had the region-wide auction house. And dude, playing on a low pop server really sucks. Because most often, if you have a bunch of gold on a low pop server, it's basically worth nothing because there aren't guilds who are doing mythic raids that you can pay to carry you through things. There are also not that many like mounts and things that you can buy off the auction house. Now there's more gold sinks in the game, but like back in Cataclysm, there just weren't that many. And so I remember I bought the stupidest of the trading card game mounts, which is this one, the Big Battle Bear. It is the absolute stupidest mount, right? And I think I spent like I spent a good bit of gold on it. I think I spent like 200,000 gold on it, which doesn't sound like much now, but you got to keep in mind this was back in Cataclysm, where 200,000 gold was the equivalent of like 10 million gold right now, I would say. Maybe less, maybe like 4 or 5 million gold these days, right? And I literally picked it up because it was the first time that I'd seen a trading card game mount on my server. And so the fact that you could now move things around servers a lot easier, I think is a much better experience for low pop server players, because also things like that profession equipment, right? If you didn't have cross realm trading, there's a good chance that A, you just straight up wouldn't be able to buy that item, or B, there'd be one guy who's selling it and he would be selling it for like 50K, and your choices are either you learn the profession and do it all yourself, or you pay that guy 50K. Whereas now, because of the fact that, someone's crafted a whole bunch of these on a high pop server and brought them over, now, you'll still pay more than you would on a high pop server. But you'll get it for like 5 or 10K or whatever, So I think it's better off for all of the players involved. You wasted your initial knowledge points? Honestly, not really. There's nothing that you can waste. There's less optimal ways of using knowledge points for sure, but I don't think anything's really a waste. We're so early in the expansion, right? You got to keep in mind, we're just about at the 1 month mark since early access started, I think, right? And people are already being super doomer in a lot of cases about like, oh, they messed up their builds and whatever. Trust me, it's not going to make a difference. But okay, let's take a look here. You went into weaponsmithing, I think you said. I don't remember if you said, I think you said hafted, and then you went into axes and polearms, or which one was it? For alloys, again, I haven't done this build, so you may know better than me, but I would guess you'd want to have at least, means of production for Chuch's forges and alloys maxed out. And I would be very surprised if you could compete without also having maxed out Everburning Forge and the multi-craft version of this. You'd ideally want the resourcefulness as well. It's not just 30 multi-craft though, right? Because each point gives you +3 multi-craft, and these nodes give you additional multi-craft as well. So if you don't have that tree maxed out, you're missing out on, what is that? That's 60 multi-craft just from the knowledge points, plus another 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, another 110 multi-craft from here. Plus each of these points give you another 3, so there's another 120 multi-craft to be had here. Yeah, so that's like 240 multi-craft. That's a hell of a lot of multi-craft. You went blades, long blades? Okay. So, I'm sure you're spamming your trade chat with requests for crafting orders. I would definitely do that because that's just gold over the top by and large. 1 second. Your forge needs to be sorted. Is that not a default assignment for the forge? Not necessarily. On this guy I wanted to focus on these tool stones, right? And the weapon stones. And so I maxed out this tree first. I did the same thing, right? I put as many points as I needed into this, 10 points into means of production to unlock the first node. And then I put, I learned to sub-specialization right away. And then I first maxed out tool enhancement. Then I maxed out stonework. Then I maxed out means of production. And I think at that point is when I went into Everburning Forge. And the second I unlocked a specialization here is when I maxed out multi-craft and then came back and finished this off. I don't think it's a bad idea to go forge, but for instance, on the person, the other blacksmith I have that went into profession equipment, I definitely worked on this first. And I think that should be the approach by and large, is you want to get as much skill as you can in whatever item you want to craft first, and then you want to just absolutely slam your secondary stats, right? You want as much multi-craft as possible if that's relevant. Otherwise, you want as much resourcefulness as possible. And that's how you're going to really optimize your margins then. But if you have a bunch of secondary stats, well, it depends. So even sanity, you went blades, long blades. All right, let's come over to that. So with the long blades, I would say Of course, you have the like crafted. I mean, don't sleep on the crafted blues, right? You will be able to craft those at a better price probably than a lot of other players would be, and people do buy those either for alts, right? This item is what I'm talking about, right? Let's say you've maxed out long blades, you've maxed out all these, right? And you've skilled up blacksmithing, which you can do anyway with Everburning Forge. Once you've unlocked that tree, you can do it pretty chill. You did it for your own charge slicers. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, again, I mean, look, just crafting this item, you can sell these at a pretty decent margin. Again, not on a high pop server, but do the same thing. Craft a bunch of these and sell them on other servers, right? If you're fully spec'd into blades, you'll be able to use rank 1 materials and guarantee it at rank 5. Yeah, it may take a little bit of time and energy to figure out what servers to sell them on, but you'll definitely be able to do it, right? And you probably have a resourcefulness tool, so you'll have a little bit more, slightly better margins there as well. But the other item that I would strongly recommend then considering is the crafted PvP swords, right? These ones. Now, I know a lot of content creators have sort of poo-pooed these because of the fact that you need the competitor's heraldries and that you need charged alloys, both of which can be a little bit expensive. The competitor's heraldries is a non-issue because these are, I literally bought like 100 of these for 1 gold each last night, right? These are super cheap to acquire. So that is not a factor at all. The recipe itself could be a little bit expensive, but I would use something like the Undermined Journal to just find a server that it's cheaper on, use the Warbank to transfer gold to that server, to a level 10 alt, buy the recipe, and then transfer it back to your main server, right? Just use the same process in reverse. And let's simulate this, right? If you've maxed out all these trees, right, you can make about 57%, or about 3,500 gold on each of these crafts, and that's playing on a full pop server like Illidan. You can sell these across all of the different servers, and again, you make a good amount of gold just crafting these items, right? And gradually pick up, I'm not sure which other, I don't know if it's just the great sword. I'm guessing you'd also be able to do it for the sword, which would also give you some more profits, right? Does the skewer, I think, falls under short blades? But I mean, like for this guy, I decided to go into the forges, but you better believe that now every other knowledge point I get is going to go into this tree. You know why? Because with 20 points, I'm now able to compete in this market as well. Whereas anyone who's just entering the market would have to worry about these 60 points first. I don't need to worry about those. I already have those done. And so for me, for 20 points, I can open up an entire new market to myself. And so for you, I would say if you've maxed out weaponsmithing, you've maxed out blades, and you've maxed out long blades, look into Everburning Forge because that'll improve your margins on those. But otherwise, I mean, I would go into short blades, right? And sort of widen the number of items you're selling and widen the markets that you're open to, right? It's more items that you can sell. It's if one of them is less profitable one day, you can sort of even that out. Undermined Journal. All right, let me show you guys that as well. I'll just open it up off stream just so we don't have anything. I realize I have to be better about that because I have a tendency of showing off like all of my bookmarks and everything like that, which isn't a problem in and of itself, but I don't want to like dox myself. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that would not be a good idea. All right. Yeah, so there's this site called undermine.exchange, and this is what it looks like. And it's basically more or less the auction house interface just outside of the game, and you can check all of their servers. So you'll pick your server from the top left here, right? But let's take a look at this. Let's actually simulate this, right? Let's say the Algari competitor sword. So right, let's say this is the item we want to craft. We'll hit search. It does take a little while to load. I don't know if that's just a me issue or what the thing is. You don't understand Journalator. Do I have to craft the items for them to show up in the journal? Oh, no. It tracks it from your mailbox. Journalator, Trade Skill Master, all these add-ons, they track all of your sales through when you open your mail. At least I think that's how Journalator does it. I know that's how Trade Skill Master does it. But I'm fairly certain that that's how Journalator works as well. The issue you probably have is maybe I would just double check the filters at the top here. And the other thing to note is that Journalator only works for the account that you're playing it, like that you have it open on. I have 2 accounts. These numbers are just for one account. The other account has even larger number. Well, not even larger numbers, but has more numbers. But okay, so we'll search for Algari competitor's sword here, right? And we'll want to look at 2 things. We'll want to look at the plans, and so this is giving us what the price is on Illidan. But if we scroll down, you can actually see how much it's selling for on every other server in your region. And then you can just sort from low to high. And so now instead of spending 14,000, which is 14,500 gold, which is what it costs on Illidan, I can just create a level 10 alt on Frostmourne, transfer 10 grand over, and I've just saved myself 5,000 gold on this recipe, right? And every gold saved is a gold earned. So that's how you figure out, the cheapest way to get the recipe for something. Now, let's say you've crafted the item, right? You're crafting it at max quality, which I think is 558, right? So you'll just open up the page for that. And you'll do the same thing, but you'll probably want to do it in reverse, right? You'll come here and, on a server like Ilion, right? It's selling for 79,000. Let's be honest, you're probably not going to sell any for 79,000. But if you pick some of, pick a server that you can cross-check this against like the server population websites and sort of find one that has a good balance of, decent enough profits, but also has, you will also make sales on those servers. And you'll see that there's very few servers that these items are selling for less than Illidan on. So, I'm on Illidan here, which is like in the bottom 10 servers, right? Any of these servers above it, I'm going to be able to make a lot more gold off of it. So, you just create a level 10 alt, right? Pull 1 or 2 of these items out of the warbank, list it on the auction house, and you'll probably get some sales that way. You play on Area 52. Yeah, so exactly. So you don't need to worry about selling it on Area 52. I would just use this to figure out what server to sell it on. On a server like Ilion, I'm guessing Ilion is probably either a new player server or a completely empty dead server. And so it may just not be worth the time to list it, right? If I was to list it on here, I would pick a profit margin that is a little bit ridiculous, but at the same time not stupidly crazy, right? Like, what did we see our crafting cost on this would be around like 3,500 gold. Yeah, so I would pick 20, 30,000, something like that, and list it on Ilion, right? Set it for 48 hours, set it and forget it. You only have one other competitor, right? There's only one listed. Heck, these servers don't have any listed right now. So you could probably list them at 50,000 gold. Now, I don't think you sell it. It'll probably take a couple of relists to sell one. But think about it this way. On Area 52, you wouldn't be able to make any gold selling it. Whereas this server, even if you sell 1 in 3 days, your profit margin's so high that it makes up for, if you had been able to sell 50 of them on your home server. And ultimately, if we're worried about gold making, it's like, as fun as it is selling, a whole bunch of items, it feels pretty good to sell one item for a whole bunch of profit as well. With equipment, I would say definitely look at rank 5s are generally the only thing I sell. One of the other things I'll say with anything that has 3 item qualities, so things like these Iron Claw whetstones, right? The Razor Stone was the main item that this guy's focused on, right? Now, what you'll see is a lot of people are trying to craft this at rank 3, right? That's where they think, because they see the larger number, they think, these rank 3 versions of this are selling for 9,300 gold. What I need to do is I need to spend all this gold to have all my blue profession equipment. I need to have all the knowledge points, and I need to be able to guarantee these at rank 3. The problem is that there's a good to fair chance that the only way you'll be able to craft this at rank 3, right? I would need to have my 2... that's the only thing left for me. The only way I get more skill towards this, right? I'm fully maxed out on the talent trees, is by getting my 2 blue profession equipments, which would give me 12 more skill, right? And Craft Sim is handy because it'll allow you to simulate this. But after doing that, my profit margin actually is only about 15%. So then we enter the stage, okay, 38%. So this is not a great example of that. But the thing is, you need a bunch of artisans acuity for that, right? You need to invest a bunch in like making, the best quality gear, professional equipment, and stuff like that, right? And I've spent a lot of time on this character. Getting this many knowledge points wasn't a walk in the park, right? I have 40, 20, 30, 30, so 120 knowledge points, right? You don't get that on accident, and also even more because I have a total of 140 knowledge points spent, right? You don't need that many to make gold with this item. All you need to be able to do, let's change this back to 0, is you need to be able to craft the rank 2s of these very, very cheaply. And that's what I can do on this guy, and that's why this guy is, that's what this guy's purpose is, right? His whole thing is crafting a whole bunch of these for super cheap and crafting the rank 2s. Because here's the other thing. You'll see that if you look at the bottom of the Trade Skill Master tooltip there, right? Right above where it says TSM auctioning, it says region average daily sold. And that's a number that tries to quantify what the sort of vague sale rate is like. The way that my understanding of how Trade Skill Master calculates that rate is basically if you took all of the sales in the entire region and divided it by the number of servers, right? This is roughly how many sell on each server, which is kind of meaningless because it doesn't really mean anything, but it's useful for comparing between two items. If this item has a sale rate of 100 and that has a sale rate of 5, the first one is going to be you're going to be able to sell a lot more of them than the second one. And that's especially valuable information when we come to an item like this, because if you look at the rank 2, right, which is A, going to be cheaper to craft, B, it's going to be easier to craft, and C, the margins aren't that much worse. But look at what happens with the sale rate, right? The rank 2 has a sale rate of 27.2. The rank 3, even though our profit margins are that little bit better, are about double, the sale rate is only 2.8. Which means, okay, you're going to make 38% margin as opposed to 15% margin, right? But you're probably not going to be able to sell as many of them. Because guess what? When it comes to, having more finesse, there's more people who are willing to spend 5,000 gold to get 60 finesse than there are people who are willing to spend 9,300 gold to get an extra 15 finesse. Right, because it's probably not going to pay them off. There are going to be people who are willing to spend it, but there's going to be a lot fewer. Because I know what I would do, right? If I was going to use a profession stone, I would definitely save the extra 3,000 gold, or slightly less, whatever, 2,500 gold, whatever, because that extra 15 finesse is almost certainly not going to be worth it, right? And that's the case with most of these items. Even this one, the weight stone. Usually when it comes to like player power items like this one, which gives you increased attack power, a lot of times players will spend a little bit more, even if it's just an incremental thing because they want the bis. But in these Iron Claw weight stones, you can see the sale rate for the rank 2s is 36 and the sale rate for the rank 3s is 21, right? So even on this, there's a lot of people who are willing to save 1,000 gold to have, 40 less attack power. That's probably going to be fine for them, right? And again, all these items, even on the rank 2s, what you really want to do is you want to play around with these finishing reagents, because sometimes that will be the difference between making something profitable or not. Now, that's not always going to be the case, but a lot of times it will be. So for instance, this, right, it says 15%, but guess what? By buying or crafting one of these finishing reagents, I can increase that from 15 to 17%, right? Not a huge difference, but it every little bit counts. You know what I mean? And on this guy, every couple of days, I can use up concentration to make myself a whole big old chunk of profit as well, right? Because then I can use rank 1 materials and craft a rank 3 stone. And guess what? The region average daily sale rate for this is about 2.8 anyway. So that probably means I'm going to have a tough time selling more than 1 to 3 of these in a day in any case. Now, it like I said, it being 2.8 doesn't really mean all that much, because it depends on, how quickly you get undercut, how many people are in the market that day, what day of the week it is, what day of the, what cycle of the season are we in? Are people farming more? Or is it a busier day for PvP? Like, there's a million and one different things that go into it. But my point is it makes sense that I would much rather be able to craft a whole bunch of the rank 2s, which sell better anyway, in bulk, and then occasionally craft a rank 3, than being able to craft a rank 3, than spending a lot more time, gold, energy, and investment in all forms into being able to craft a whole bunch of these at rank 3 all the time, because I'm not going to be able to sell them anyway. So yeah, I think that's another really important thing that a lot of people don't realize when they look at the profession system, because the assumption is that it's like any other part of the game, where having the best gear, having the most skill, being the most, the best possible blacksmith you can, is the only way that you're going to make the most gold. And that's really not the case at all. I keep joking that the gold making this expansion is perfect for me because it really rewards you for being super mid at something. And that is my niche, all right? That is where your boy shines. Being mid at things, I can do that all day. Yeah. Does that help? You're a professional at being mid. Hey, see, we're forming a community here, all right? We're forming a super mid community. I don't know why, but these days when I stream, after a couple of hours of talking, my sinuses get super dry. Norway is mid. Wait, why is Norway mid? Is this the classic Scandinavian rivalry coming to the fore? Is that what's going on? Are you one of Norway's neighbors? It was so overwhelming at first. I'm happy to hear it helped. I'm really, really happy to hear that it helped. Because it makes me feel like I wasted less of my life learning this if it helped someone else. All right, should we do some actual crafting? I know we said we'd go through more tailoring builds. Swedenland. I grew up with a lot of Swedes. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta hit my air conditioner again. All right, we're back. Hello to our Swedish viewers. Not so many in the States, funnily enough. I grew up all over the place. I mean, part of it is also because my dad worked for a Swedish company, like a Swiss Swedish company, for ages. And so I grew up around a lot of Swedes, and like because of that in general, right? A lot of like his colleagues and stuff were Swedish. But then I also like I spent some of my time growing up in Europe. Not in Sweden, but there were a lot of there. And even at like I spent a lot of time. I spent a lot of my growing up years going to international schools, and there were just a lot of Swedes around. Swedes are everywhere, man. Why are you acting surprised by this? Yeah. I'm farming gold and viewers. I hope so. Well, I mean, hopefully I'm farming viewers because what I'm saying is interesting or informative at the very least. A Swedish company. Yep. Keeps it nice and confusing for a lot of the Americans who constantly seem to get Sweden and Switzerland confused. You're definitely going to look into getting your alts pumping out professions. Yeah, for sure. I mean, the concentration system alone is the reason that you want professions on as many alts as you can, and they really don't need to be that good at all. You know what I mean? Let me see if I did say that we were gonna set up professions on a new character on stream today. I did kind of promise that. I'm trying to think if I can be bothered to do that though, because we have been streaming for like 4.5 hours at this point. And so I don't know if we should start anything new quite yet. Should we just do some concentration crafts? I can show you guys how to most effective, or how I do the concentration crafts. I mean, look, there's like I keep saying. I mean, I've said this before and I'll say it again. There's no such thing as a bad build. This character, right? This guy has tailoring. You know what he specializes in crafting? It's gonna sound dumb as hell, but literally the only thing that he is specialized in, you'll see from my favorites here, because I favorite the only items that I plan on crafting on each of these characters just to keep track of it. The only thing he specializes in is literally crafting finishing reagents for tailoring, right? These 2 embroidery threads, and then polishing cloths for jewel crafters. All right. And you're probably thinking that's all he's doing, is the only thing he's doing is churning out finishing reagents. May sound dumb. Let's take a look here. All right. I love that I'm having an argument with myself based off of something that no one else has said that no one has said in chat. But just the polishing cloths alone, I've made 726,000 gold. All right. Isn't that number just goofy? Isn't that a wacky amount? Yeah, 725,000 gold just off of polishing cloths, which part of the reason why I'm able to make as much gold on this as I do is because of the fact that everyone thinks it's stupid, and so not that many people are doing it. The funny part is I'm not even maxed out on resourcefulness. He doesn't even have most of his profession equipment, right? I don't even have tailoring maxed out. And despite that, that's just the polishing cloths. If we look at the other item that he does, which is embroidery threads, let's hop over here. Another 116,000 gold. So this character right here has made 1 million gold in revenue, admittedly, but we'll look at the margins in a second here. 1 million gold just on finishing reagents, and that's without even having that many knowledge points. I mean, I have 105 knowledge points, which isn't, and 5 of those aren't even spent. So it's like 100 knowledge points, which you can easily get in your first week. If you got a little bit lucky with patron orders, if you farmed up renown, even easier. I haven't even done all of my weekly stuff, right? And that's a 1 million gold business right there. Let's check only favorites here, and I'll show you what the profit margins are looking like for these. Yeah, so you can see here the embroidery threads, the profit margins are 288%. The polishing cloths, the margins are 95%, 57%, 34% at worst, right? At 34%, I'm not even going to bother crafting them. Yeah, I don't know how I quantify how much of so at least half of that 1 million gold is profit. So about 500,000 gold. And here's the thing. I'm not even using up the concentration on this guy, which I should be doing. He also has a bunch of knowledge points dumped into Dawnweave tailoring to unlock the cooldowns, and I'm not even using he's probably capped on cooldown charges, right? Or okay, no, he's at 6 out of 20 because I actually got around to doing it the other day. But yeah. You wouldn't have downloaded 3 add-ons if you didn't look at the stream. Hey, I'm happy to have helped. 300k and you went AFK for like 40 minutes. 300k in an hour? Dude, that's wild. Do I do any endgame PvE, PvP as well? Not really. Like through Dragonflight, I didn't really do much of any of that. The way I describe it is I'm a casual hardcore in that I spend a lot of time playing this game. So my hours are pretty hardcore, but I'm very casual in how I play the game because I mainly just make gold and like do profession stuff is where I spend the majority of my time. The thing is, I'm having an absolute blast in the War Within with delves. I did not think I would enjoy them as much as I have been because I tried them out on the beta and they weren't that much like it didn't really click with me. But yeah, we started off the stream by running about to full delve. And And yeah, so I guess this expansion is the first in a long while that I'm actually doing some form of endgame content in the form of delves, just because they're super fun and I feel like they're tuned pretty well, where they're kind of challenging, but they're not so difficult that they're impossible. You know what I mean? I mainly just don't have the attention span or the patience for like raiding. For like raiding or like structured PvP or anything like that. Yeah, so delves are a perfect fit for me. I would always do a handful of world quests here and there. I don't really care about having that great gear because I don't really need it for anything. And I more so enjoy having more alts so that I can do, test out different professions and things like that. But yeah, I mean, usually in past expansions, I would also like near the end of the season or near the end of the expansion, I would just pay for like a boost to like get the mythic mounts or whatever. I collect mounts. I do collect mounts. I collect mounts enough so that I literally made sure to collect 600 mounts before the War Within dropped, because I was hoping that we would get another mount collecting achievement, right? Because they added a mount collecting achievement for 500 mounts with Dragonflight. And so I hit that. And then I was hoping that with the War Within, they would drop one for 600 mounts. But they didn't. They just straight up didn't. And not only that, but to add insult to injury, the 500 mount collection achievement rewards this mount right here. Super cool looking mount, right? Who doesn't like an Audoc, right? It flies. Pretty cool. You know what they did? They made it not skywriting enabled. So now I can only use this mount as a ground mount or for steady flying, which I never use anyway. So yeah, the mountain collection thing, definitely feeling a lot less excited about that. No attention span or patience, has learned the ins and outs of the complicated crafting system. Hey, we were talking earlier on the stream about how I feel like everyone needs to be a little Nero spicy these days. All right. So that's my Nero spicism. I don't have the patience to raid or do PvP, but I will spend way too much time theory crafting profession stuff. Yeah, I have the achievement for normal flying. I didn't even try to farm it. I just got it by doing the campaign. You basically just do the campaign, right? And you explore. But I haven't really bothered. I haven't used it once. Is there anything I should be using it for? I can never be bothered to swap between them. You sell carries, legendarism? Well, I mean, you to be fair, you still owe me 10 grand. So I'll redeem that against one of your carries at some point. Filthy merchers. Wait, what are merchers? As in merchants? I mean, I honestly, low key, if tier 8 delves had been harder, I would have been tempted to buy a tier 8 delve carry from you. But I've been able to solo them pretty well, and I'm not only just solo them, but solo them on stream while talking, and being some form of entertaining. I hope. That may be an unfair assumption. All right, let's start opening up mailboxes because I think we will wrap up the stream after that. I think we may. Right now, there's not a price. Team still clearing heroic. That would be end of season for Mythic and Anubarek is no. What's her name? Anub Saret. Dude, that's how much of a casual I am. Ansarek. Sorry, Anubarek is the vanilla dungeon, right? The Encourage thing, right? Did I mess that up as well? Anubarak was one of the bosses somewhere, right? Anubarak is something, right? Chat, are you guys just gonna let me continue groveling here, trying to figure out what the heck I'm talking about? Anubarak, Ajal Nerab. Okay, yeah, that was what I was talking about. I'm not hallucinating. I haven't been streaming quite that long. All right, so this is actually a great example, right? We were talking about crafting profession equipment, and all this guy sells is all this guy sells is profession equipment. You'll see most of almost every single item on here is a piece of profession equipment. And this is on Illidan, right? So there's a lot of competition. I'll be honest, I'm not cancel scanning. I just don't have the time or the patience for it. And despite the fact that I'm not cancel scanning, I think we have we have at least 3 days worth of sales in here. And this is literally logging on once a day, posting everything, and then logging off of this character. I mean, I'll craft some items and stuff like that, but I'm not doing any auction house babysitting. And despite that, I've sold, I mean, our first mailbox here is 259,000. Let's start tallying things up, shall we? We were at 35 million gold on Wednesday stream. We hit 35 million gold. Gosh dang it. I don't know why Tradescale Master isn't showing it to me. You'll see what tends to happen is I spend a bunch of gold and then we do the mailbox opening on stream and it spikes. It's nothing. It's not like, yeah, you guys can see this happening live on stream. And also, let's be real. If I don't think anyone would suspect me of buying tokens or anything for this amount anyway, because that's literally 10 million gold, which I think I did the math the other day because I was trying to impress my wife, and I was like, yeah, you know, when I opened 8.6 million gold on stream the other day, that was like 600. That was like, I think it was like $850 worth of gold, right? Which is pretty wild when you think of it that way. I don't think my wife was impressed because her first question was, okay, well, can you give me the cash instead? And I had to explain to her that was against terms of service and that she was kind of a noob, which she didn't appreciate very much. Was she impressed? Let me put it this way, man. I've been streaming for hundreds of hours at this point. I would be surprised if she's watched more than maybe a minute of my stream, and that as well is mainly to just like, I think she did it to like prove that she knew what my stream was and where it was. I'm gonna have to do a TSM guide sometime too. Honestly, Tradescale Master, I would love to do a guide on. The problem is that they've not. It's Tradescale Master's kind of fallen behind. They fell behind in Dragonflight, and since then I don't think they've really caught up. The only thing that I use Tradescale Master, well, I use it for mailing. The main thing is just the item grouping system is great, right? Where I can set up a group, especially with a lot of alts, and have it automatically mail things to the banker that I want to sell them on. Other than that, if you look at my operations are absolute dog water right now. Literally every single one is hard coded, and I just figure out what my crafting cost is for any of these items, any of the items that I'm selling, and I'll use that. It's not a great way of doing it. It doesn't update in real time. If map prices increase and now I'm paying more, unless I come in manually and update the group, which I'll be honest, I'm lazy as heck. I don't bother doing it. Come on now. You guys should know better than imagining I would do that. If prices go down and I'm not selling anything, then I'm likely to check the numbers. If the numbers are too low, I probably won't catch it and I'll just make a loss on those items, and I'm kind of okay with that because I'm lazy. Yeah, I mean, I can do a guide to Tradescale Master. But again, I don't know that I have too much value to add there. But maybe I can do just a quick and dirty guide to exactly how I'm using it and how you can use it to sort of streamline things a little bit. In Tibia, you can sell your gold items for real money and it's legal. Yeah, I mean, well, you could Blizzard tried that with Diablo, right? Or was it just Battle.net balance that you would get? I remember they had that whole real money trading thing, but then it got super weird super quick, right? Like, didn't the economy collapse like overnight? It was real. So you could pull out your cash as PayPal, like to PayPal. Oh, also, I mean, speaking of real money, folks, how's this for a transition? I enabled text to speech. I enabled text to speech on the stream. I should have probably said that earlier in the stream. I don't remember what I set the threshold to, if I'm being honest. But if you cheer with a certain amount, your message will get read out live on stream. Let me see if I can figure out what that amount was. Nobody wants other people richer, and that could easily supplant other jobs. And people would be just playing games and earn money. I mean, admittedly, isn't that what we're all trying to do here? Isn't that isn't that sort of the goal for a lot of people? Or a dream scenario, a dream scenario for a lot of people, I suppose. Okay, I thought I had enabled text-to-speech. It seems like it's being weird. I should probably test this out off stream, to be fair. Okay, so it should be enabled now, or I think the way it works. I think the. Okay, so basically, if you cheer with like 10 bits, it should read out your message, I think. Problem is I don't have bits, so I can't test this out myself. So supposedly it works. I don't know. Anyway, what was I saying? All right, we're back to. Yeah, we were supposed to do the mailbox opening, right? Is there anything else? RMT is bannable. Yeah, Twitch is. I suppose it's not quite exactly the same, right? I mean, you can earn money from WoW technically. You just have to be, you know, in a Race the World First guild. Which I mean, I recorded me getting that achievement for completing a tier 8 delve without any deaths, and I'm gonna post it and tag Team Liquid. So I think from the next, I think I'm in for the next Race the World First. What do y'all think? Right? Tier 8 delve soloed, no deaths. I feel like that should get me in, right? Okay, let's go ahead and actually open up the mailbox and start wrapping things up, shall we? All right, so first mailbox, 259,000 gold. Like I said, this is all profession equipment, and this is all just the green crafted profession equipment. There's literally nothing else in here. And literally all I do is I log on to, anytime I log on to any of these characters, I craft like 20 to 40 of them at a time, and then just wing them up on the auction house. Oh, sorry, we started at 30 million gold, right? We started the stream at 30.5 million gold before we started opening mails. Our goal is to be back over 35 million, which is what we, hopefully a good bit more than that, because hopefully we actually made some more gold since Wednesday's stream. Otherwise, it would kind of suck, but also not that much because I have been investing like crazy, to be fair. Spent freaking 200,000 gold on that recipe on stream last week, so I don't think I've even paid that off. You know how I know that? Because I don't remember crafting the item that I bought that recipe for in like days, if not longer, which means I probably didn't recoup the investment on that. All right, second mailbox is 191,000 gold. Hey, Fader, what's up? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? Oh, thank you, Ollie. Nice meeting you, too. See you next stream. Yeah, we'll be back online on Monday, and I'm going to throw it out there again. If we get 2 more subs this stream, we'll do another stream on Sunday, but otherwise, I'll see you same time on Monday. You screwed up blacksmithing. You should have went tools. You went weapons. Oh, dude, we covered this earlier on the stream. I won't go super in depth. I will unfortunately have to recommend that you just check out earlier in the stream. But we literally went through this the same thing with Even Sanity, who's in the chat as well. All right, see you, Ollie. Have a good one. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for chatting. Yeah, what I was saying was, I mean, I'll give you the spark notes of it, but definitely if you want a more in-depth look at it, go a little bit earlier in the stream, which you can either do once the Twitch VOD gets posted, or you can check out on the YouTube, because I think YouTube, you can rewind in the live video itself. Which reminds me, I should probably check the chat for the vertical YouTube chat. All right, no one said anything, so that was pointless. But basically what I would recommend is look at crafting the blue version of whichever weapon you specialized in, right? Craft those at rank 5 and people will buy these, right? The region average daily sold, I mean, I don't know which of these weapons you went for, but let's say you went swords, right? The region average daily sold, you'll see at the bottom there, the sell rate isn't that bad. And a lot of people, when they freshly hit level 80, are more than happy to just hit the auction house and pick up a whole set of this gear. Now, I realize that, you know, you're seeing on screen right now a minimum buyout of 364 gold, which kind of sounds like crap, because it kind of is. The trick is, don't sell this on a high pop server like the one I'm on, right? Create level 10 alts through like allied race alts on different servers and list them there. You can transfer the items to them through the Warbank system. You'll post up a bunch of them. You can probably sell them for a couple thousand gold each. And that's one easy source of gold. Another very easy source of gold, or not easy, but another very good source of gold, I should say, is the crafted PvP gear, right? These are a little bit pricier to craft, so you may need a bit more starting capital. The competitor's heraldry, these are dirt cheap right now, because PvPers are PvPing. It'll really depend on which of these items you're crafting. But the margins on these are a lot better, even on a high pop server like mine, right? Let's pretend you have full skills here. You can make about 54% margin, you know, craft up a couple of these, wing them up on your own server, list them on other servers, and these will sell because a lot of PvPers, right, they've just rolled an alt, maybe they have honor that they can transfer over, maybe not, but there's going to be a lot of people who would much rather just buy a token and buy a full set of this gear for their characters. The fact that you can do that, there's PvP weapons this time around as well, is kind of insane. That if you're a PvPer, you can literally just hit the auction house and for like $5,000 pick up an eye level 606 PvP weapon is insane. Hey Brock, what's up? Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely missed out on your chat message. There we go. I'm so sorry. I had the chat. What's up? We have Twitch chat. Say hello to Brock. He's joining us on my YouTube vertical stream. This is the first time I tried streaming vertical on YouTube. So Brock, you're actually my first viewer in chat. What's up? How's it going? You're definitely not a nobody. I'm sorry. I just meant that you're literally the first, to be fair, you're the first person to drop a message in chat on the YouTube vertical stream I've been streaming for 5 hours at this point. All right. And you're the first person to drop a message. So that's why I thought it was, I thought it was no one. I saw you ask something about add-ons earlier on, I think. Or did I? Oh, could give a quick overview on my add-ons? Yeah, sure. I mean, so I honestly, a quick overview is going to be a tough one, because just to give you context, I'm running about 235 add-ons. So a quick rundown is going to be tough. But for gold making, I think the most important ones by far are Auctionator. You definitely need Auctionator so you can scan the auction house. And then Craft Sim. For War Within Professions, even Dragonflight Professions, Craft Sim is this funky add-on here. I won't really be able to go through everything all over again, but if you check out my channel, you should be able to see the like vertical version of the live stream, which will be easier to like make sense of anyway, because I think the horizontal version of the live stream. And if you go to about the 3 hour mark of the stream, I've actually been taking notes today, so I'll throw in tags. So if you check back in a couple of hours, you'll be able to just click on the little timestamps. But I covered, I walk I do a little walkthrough of the add-ons as well as a bit of an overview of the profession stuff. But thank you for watching, Brock. If you're enjoying the content, please do drop a subscribe, drop a like, do all the YouTube things. Thank you. Okay, I need to catch up on Twitch chat. What's up, Midro? Welcome to the stream. I feel like we didn't see you earlier, did we? Blue weapons are being undercut kind of heavily, though, so camping H would be somehow necessary. I mean, honestly, people will tell you the same thing about profession equipment, and we just pulled... I got distracted by my excitement at having a vertical chatter. How much gold was that in all that we pulled out? Let's see if it gives us a nice little summary. It does not. I have to probably scroll through the chat here. Did anyone do the math? I think we did like 200. We did 200 to 300,000 in the first one. 450,000 gold, right? We just pulled 450,000 gold worth of profession equipment sales out of the mailbox, and that was without any cancel scanning. Admittedly, that was like 3 or 4 days worth of sales, but this is on Illidan, which is as high pop of a server as you can have, right? And without any cancel scanning, and I still sold 450,000 gold worth of stuff. So those markets, yeah, you will get undercut, but by and large, you don't need, I don't believe in cancel scanning that much, at least for profession equipment. I'll do it for enchants and things like that are fast moving. And even there, very often, I'll just get lazy, or I'll call it a night a little bit early, which for me means I miss the peak hours for my server, because I stay in a completely different time zone than the servers I play on. And still, I'll usually wake up to a mailbox full of gold. But okay, this dude had 450,000 gold, which brings us back to about 31 million gold, where our target's 35 million. Now let's head over to my main banker chick, and she should hopefully have enough to bring us back over 35 million, because otherwise I'm gonna be sad. I'm gonna be sad. Oh, thank you for the sub, Brock. Midro, how's it going, man? I feel like we're seeing you on... I feel like were you in chat earlier? I don't think so, right? Thank you for stopping by, though. I love all of you people who keep joining every stream. It really makes me feel nice that that a lot of people are coming back. It makes me feel like this isn't just me speaking into the void. But who knows? I mean, the dead internet theory is a thing, right? Maybe all of y'all are bots and I'm just living in a simulation. Okay, that's what I thought. How's it going? Welcome to the stream. All right, so our first mailbox. I mentioned Friday, so here you are. Yep, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, noon GMT. Yeah. Noon GMT. I can check the Twitch profile and a couple other places as well. Elon's alien baby is saying that they're a bot. Hey, with a name like that, I'm less suspicious of it. I feel like if you had a more of a bot-like name, then I would believe you more that you're not a bot. Because if you are Elon's alien baby, I mean, we've seen what he names human babies. I feel like he would have to go even crazier. Or maybe not. Maybe if Elon had an alien baby, he would just call him like Steve. I don't know. I don't pretend to know how Elon's mind works. But welcome to the stream, Elon's alien baby. Thank you for watching. And thank you for dropping a message in chat. Jeez. Seems you got the most exciting part of the stream. Yep, the mailbox opening. All right. Let's get through this. I get way too distracted while doing this. I think it's because I'm like a kid who has like a really good story to tell you, and so just like procrastinates, right? All right. Yeah. I mean, this banker is my bigger banker. She mainly manages all of my enchants, spell threads, like all of the region-wide auction house stuff I generally post on her. A couple other things here and there, like missives, razor stones, anything that's fast-moving and on the region-wide auction house is on this chick, which is where you'll see the bulk of my gold. Let's pull up our little trade skill master chart here, right? And I'm just going to put this in here so that hopefully, can you guys see that on the vertical stream? No, my stupid head is covering up most of that. All right, let me just try and position these things. All right, so we're sitting at 31.1 million basically. You changed your YouTube name whenever he announced the AX12 name, or Exash12 or whatever it was. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, enough procrastinating. Let's open up these mails. So the first mailbox is 1.9 milli, and then I think we have at least another 200 or 300 auction house mails. And yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think if there's any new items in this list from last time. We added some more enchants. Another item, a little bonus here. We added some contracts. Contracts haven't been profitable in the past day or two, so that was great on Wednesday, but it didn't really work too well. Convincingly realistic jumper cables. If anyone's out there is running engineering, look into the jumper cables. Usually those are restricted to engineers, so there's not a lot of margin in them. This time around, they actually don't require engineering to be used. And I'm not sure if everyone knows that, but I feel like if you're watching my stream, I'm going to share how I make my gold with you. So you can probably join me and we can try and corner that market, because it seems like people haven't realized it. And so the margins are insane on those. And as you can see, I sold all 45 of those in like one shot, which is pretty dope. 32.9. And ooh, okay, we may not have made back the rest of the gold, because this is showing us as only having another 1.1. We may have to log on to other alts, but again, this is also more of the same. Yeah, I mean the same items basically. Can I explain the jumper cables? Sure. I'm wondering if I should hop over to my engineer real quick. But yeah, basically, jumper cables are a consumable item that allows you to battle res a player. You don't need to have a res. In previous expansions, you needed to have engineering to be able to use it. But this time around, it does. You don't need to have engineering to use it. So you can be a warrior, and you can now have a free battle res by just using the item. Exactly, the engineering B res. It doesn't require engineering this time around. All right, 34.1. Not bad, not bad. Our peak on stream the other day, I think, was 34.4. So we didn't quite make back all of the gold that I spent in the past couple days. Yeah. What else is there to say? We pulled another. We pulled 3 million out of the mailbox today, which isn't. Listen, I get it. All right, we pulled out 8.5 million the other day, so now you guys are like, is Adrel fallen off? Has he lost his mojo? No, it's just it wasn't a reset day, and honestly, it could be as simple as the fact that I was super tired last night, and so I didn't bother reposting a bunch of stuff, and so I didn't sell much overnight, and that's how I'm going to justify it to myself. All right. That's how I'm going to feel better about myself. Yeah, you can see there's a bunch of enchants. And also today's stream, usually I would have cancel scanned and posted things super easy. But super often during the stream. Jeez. You got 4 PvP blades. You got all 4 PvP blade plans from other servers for cheap. Heck yeah. Hell yeah. I'm glad you're already using the tips that I recommended. So Fader, that was the other thing that I probably forgot to mention. The PvP recipes as well, you can pick up super cheap on other servers. And again, check out the VOD once that goes live after the stream, or check out the YouTube stream where you can sort of see it earlier on. I mean, you could rewind right now if you wanted to, but then you miss the live part of it, which is sometimes fun, I think. What's up, the Noir Knight? I see you're joining us on YouTube. Do I make gold selling mythic runs? No, I absolutely suck at this game. I suck at PvE. Definitely not good enough to run mythic. Actually, I don't know. I just don't have the patience for it. I much prefer making gold and then paying someone at the end of the season to like run me through mythic. Although to be fair, I didn't do that through any of Dragonflight. I did that during Shadowlands. For me, I do it the opposite way. I make gold and then I give it to people who run me through mythic content. So kind of the reverse. I mainly make gold by crafting items on a bunch of different characters, different professions, and yeah. Why is my keyboard glitching out on me? So for some reason, my keyboard isn't working anymore. Don't know. Don't know what exactly happened there. Let's try restarting it real quick. All right, you know what? Let's take a quick little break while I try and figure out the heck is going on with my keyboard. Dude, the problems that arise. All right, see you guys in a second. Just when I thought we were done with all of the technical issues, we've got people watching the vertical stream on YouTube, right? Who are now seeing me like this. We got all of the other technical issues sorted, and now all of a sudden, my freaking keyboard isn't working for no conceivable reason. All right, let's take a quick little break, and then we'll come back and we'll see if we keep the stream going or if we start to wrap things up. All right, see you guys in a couple of minutes. All right, I realized I just said all that with the microphone muted, so that was twice as stupid. Um, yeah, I switched off Bluetooth thinking I would restart it, forgetting the fact that my mouse is also Bluetooth, and so now I'm trying to find an actual cable that works, that I can plug my mouse in so that I can actually control anything that's going on screen. So bear with me, folks. Okay. I think all right, there we go. Able to get the mouse connected. I don't know if that's going to fix the keyboard issue. No worries, take my time. So problem number 2 is that the keyboard isn't showing up on Bluetooth. The tech problems just don't stop here at the Adrel Show. So thank you for tuning in to my tech trouble stream that we've got going on here. While I'm doing that, let's see if we can at least have some footage. Have the game running. Unable to reconnect. Jesus Christ. This stream is quickly turning cursed. Wow capture. Let's see if I can swap this over to the other wow window. That didn't work. Why would that have worked? Why does it keep transitioning back to the same freaking WoW window? All right, there we go. That seems to have worked. Brock, you're saying, what prof should you do next? You have alchemy and herbalism, and you're figuring out which profession to do on your first alt. I mean, I did a super in-depth guide about tailoring earlier on the stream. Well, not super in-depth, but a pretty in-depth guide. Doing some potential builds, so you could definitely take a look at that. I would honestly recommend tailoring. I think tailoring is a great profession to pick up. Just and I mean I went into the reasons why earlier on the stream as well, but just to give a quick recap: A, it's super easy to pick up. B, you farm your own mats because tailors have cloth only drops for tailors in any meaningful amount. Third of all, the mats are super cheap. Cloth is generally not that expensive. And fourth of all, because there's a lot of different things you can do with it. Yeah, if you want to craft consumables, you can do that. If you want to craft gear, you can do that. If you want to craft professional gear, you can do that. If you want to craft PvP gear, there's a lot of scope for that. If you want to craft bags, you can do that. Like, tailoring is just very versatile. If you just want to do cooldowns, if you just want an alt that you can like log on to a couple times a week and like pull some gold out of, tailoring is perfect for that because you have the cooldowns and you can use your concentration on something like a spell thread or whatever. And yeah, so if you're looking for a profession to pick up, I would say if you don't have definitely if you don't have a tailor, I would definitely create a tailor. Heck, I completely forgot about the fact that you can also make a bunch of gold if you want to do a shuffle. You can do something like, you can unravel. You can just AFK, leave it unraveling, and that's a good way to. I'm being tempted to set up a tailor just for unraveling that I can do in the background AFK when I'm like doing other things. What else? You could craft bracers and disenchant them. There's a lot of gold in that as well. Yeah, I mean, I would say probably tailoring is my favorite profession right now, and probably number 2 in terms of the most gold that I made. I think I would have to say I've made probably the most gold with enchanting, but the thing with enchanting is a very complicated, very painful profession to get into, and you need a lot of gold to really be able to compete, because the margins are like, I'm happy if I get like an 18% margin, which is fine for me because I came into the expansion with 30 million gold. So if I need to spend a bit of gold to make some more gold, I'm kind of okay doing that. But yeah, I think like tailoring is, there's a reason that of all my alts, the profession that I have the most across all my alts, like leveled up and actually making me gold, is tailoring, hands down. I have quite a few enchanters, but there's only like 3 of them that are actually making me gold. Whereas with tailoring, I have a lot more tailors that are making me gold, and the tailors are super quick and easy to set up as well. If I don't know what to stick on an alt, tailoring is going to be the one that I go with, because enchanting is expensive. Yeah, repeating myself at this point. All right, so we have a mouse because we manually plugged it in. The problem is my keyboard doesn't have a USB socket on here, so we either continue the stream with just the mouse. Or more likely, we probably start to wrap the stream up here. What do y'all think? What are y'all feeling? I wonder if I use the like little Bluetooth dongle that came with the keyboard, if that will work better. Let's give that a shot, shall we? Oh, and I also, when I was talking muted, I also said that we moved the desk to standing, if in case anyone was curious as to how I'm able to just effortlessly glide in and out of frame. WoW is hard with just mouse. I mean, I've played with controller. Have you guys played with controller? Like, have you guys ever played WoW with a controller? I literally bought a controller just to play WoW with, and I played most of Season of Discovery using the controller just to see if I could do it. And honestly, it was kind of fun as heck. And I haven't used a controller ever since. I'm low-key tempted to, like, we may do something fun, like try to see if we can clear a tier 8 delve with like just using the controller. I feel like I need a higher eye level to do that, because with mouse and keyboard, I'm kind of sucking as like I'm already not struggling, but it's not the easiest thing in the world, right? Dude, my keyboard's still not working. RB, yeah. What's up, RB? Welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm guessing you're saying, yeah, you've tried playing WoW with the controller. How did you find it? Do you have any tips? Because I played Season of Discovery, but Season of Discovery, luckily there weren't as many buttons to press, and I was just like leveling, right? Like I wasn't doing anything super intense. Console port obviously is a great add-on for that. It allows you to do so much with your controller. I was actually, when I first started streaming, I was streaming a lot of remix content, and I was going to try and see if I could solo remix dungeons using just the controller on stream, and then I just never got around to actually doing it. But I feel like delves could be something fun for us to try and do with the controller. What do you guys think? Would that be interesting? New video, how much money can I make in 30 days with no keyboard? I could probably make a decent bit of gold without a keyboard. It would be a pain, don't get me wrong. It would be annoying, but I could definitely do it. All right, I don't know what to do about the keyboard. All right, let's give this one more shot. Otherwise, we're probably going to wrap up the stream here. Oh, for Christ's sake, is Bluetooth still disabled? Yeah, I'll probably just have to do a restart after stream, but I don't want to end the stream like this. I don't want to go out like this. Devices. Dude, I think my Bluetooth receiver literally shut down because it's not even showing up in here. All right, we'll give this one last shot, and then if it doesn't work, we're probably just gonna have to wrap up the stream here. Okay, yeah, Well, if I hit airplane mode, it'll switch off Wi-Fi as well, right? Which will end the stream anyway. So, yeah, I think I'll probably just have to wrap up the stream, and then we'll have to what do you call it? Yeah, I'll have to figure out my. Hopefully, a restart sorts stuff out. In any case, with that said, this is why I, as an IT guy, only use wired peripherals. I mean, I would use wired peripherals. I have so many wires on my desk already. I mean, well, I don't love the wired headset. I literally just this isn't the headset that I plan on using. It's just I didn't realize that when I started playing copyright music, my microphone picks it up, and then that causes issues with YouTube and with some of the other and the VODs and a whole bunch of things like that. And this was just like the crappiest headset I had lying around. But otherwise, yeah, I'm probably gonna use either my AirPods or like find some wireless headphones. Yeah, dude, I have so many cables on my desk at any given point that I like having a wired keyboard and mouse. I feel like would just add even more to the clutter, which I'm not a fan of. Is there anything else left to be said? Oh, thank you, Brock. Enjoyed the stream. Keep on keeping on. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for joining. You were my first vertical chatter as well. So I'm happy to see that all the time and energy I put into being able to stream vertically, which it was way more complicated than I thought it would be, paid off, and at least someone got something out of it. You enjoyed the community disc. Oh, you joined the community Discord. Oh, thank you for the stream. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the sub. Even sanity. I appreciate that. I'll throw it out one last time though. If we get one more sub between now and when we end the stream, we'll do a Sunday stream. Otherwise, I will see all of you lovely people on Monday. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Let's quickly recap. Today we ran a tier 8 bountiful delve. We finally got some loot that wasn't shoulders that we didn't need, or trinkets, because Lord knows all of the other bountiful delves I've run until now have just been trinkets and shoulders. So that was a good W to start the stream off on. After that, we did Awakening the Machine. Didn't really get any of the rewards that we wanted out of that. Right then, we did a full recap of the entire War Within Profession system, which I hope was helpful to some of y'all. We then looked over some tailoring builds. We opened Mailbox. And then I tried to figure out my Bluetooth. Throughout the stream, we also spent a bunch of time on tech issues, because this is the Adrel Show, and I feel like it wouldn't feel like an Adrel Show stream if I didn't mess up a bunch of technical things as well, right? Where would the fun in that be? Yeah. That said, thank you everyone. Thank you to everyone who chatted. Thank you to even for the sub. Thank you to everyone who followed. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for watching. Hope you have a great weekend ahead. We'll be back online Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Thank you, Seek, for being here as always. I really hope Blizzard does sort out your reset thing, your weekly reset thing, though I have a feeling that they probably won't, unfortunately. So I'm sorry about that. I hope you have a great weekend anyway. Best of luck, everyone. Have a lovely weekend. May the RNG gods be ever in your favor. What else do I usually say in my outro? Thank you. All right, peace. Take care. Have fun, everyone. Bye-bye.